James and Bandit here to take you through with all of the fans here in the venue and all of the players, because we've got a lot of people still in the runnings for our tournament. Of course, we are looking not only to crown a top 64, a top 8, but it's going to be all about that third regional qualifier champion here in Europe. Bandit, your first day at the RQ circuit yesterday here for Riftbound, how was it for you?
It was exhilarating. It was memorable, and honestly, it's almost sad to think that this is the last day already.
The last day, but of the first event. We're going to have, I hope, plenty more as we continue. And we've got a lot on today. We have so much Riftbound. We had plenty yesterday, plenty today. It's going to be, as you've seen it, Swiss play for the first 5 rounds of the day, followed by a top 8 cut all the way through to our final, which always has been excited, and our champions are still undefeated. We'll get to that later on in the day. So a long day of Riftbound, but a great day.
Honestly, yesterday felt short in comparison. I could have squeezed in a few more rounds.
Yeah, just keep going. We'll do more. Well, like more rounds, and more important things to play for is always the case here at the regional qualifiers. Of course, we mentioned it coming into today. We're looking at top 64 as the first kind of benchmark moment for people. You've made day 2, now you want to get that top 64 spot.
Yeah, if you want to qualify for the eventual regional championship, that is the hallmark that you have to pass through. Top 64, and we will be seeing you once more.
Then, if you want to make a name for yourself, great, is that all-important moment where people are like, hang on a moment, this player is somebody we need to keep our eyes on. Top 8, always a massive accomplishment. And of course, the champion of the event will get the unique pricing of the champion promo and playmat. And of course, we've got best of pricing to give out today. Lots of great players still in the running for their best ofs, and of course, the top 8 as well. Here are our top 10 ranked players. You can see 9 8-0s currently, and then Bias just sneaking in there with the 7-0-1, that draw, putting him in the top 10. This is a laundry list of players, but also you know, some familiar faces.
TCR Isekai Lover is a wild name.
Winner over in Lille, still undefeated. That's
a crazy name.
Tournament.
Honestly, when
surprised that an Ari player.
It's just always stunning that the same names over and over seem to make it really hard for all the rest to get a spot in any top 10.
Diana Azir, Diana Rek'Sai, Diana Yi, Diana Set Yi.
Through over from China. The aggro
Interesting.
Is starting to bloom and blossom.
And Colin, we saw on stream yesterday, undefeated on the set, 8-0. We know how good Colin is. We know the best ofs have been picked up multiple times by Colin, so no surprises to see that performance so far. So many players to keep our eyes on. Alan undefeated still. No surprises there. But he lost the game yesterday to Sylvan.
But here's the thing. That is such a wild thing to be putting out, that the expectations upon these players are so incredibly high, to the point where going 8-0 is almost expected, and going 7-1 is he having an off day?
Is he? Well, that matchup was the Diana versus Yi matchup. And okay. This next stat, people are going to clip and be like, okay, what's wrong with the meta?
Hold on to
Let's take a look at our conversion rates for day 2, because this is insane. A 59% conversion rate for Master Yi. That means of the 184 players that queued into the event with Master Yi, 108 of them have made day 2.
That is the mad part, right? If Yi was
35 victors is kind of crazy.
11 players. That had 10 players. All right, you can easily sway the conversion rate. This is the most played legend at the event, and it's still smashing any and all expectations. For context, Bologna, League of Draven, what was it, 38%? 38% conversion rate of the boogeyman of the meta.
Irelia, likewise, with Draven and Lille, we're kind of like 28, 29%. I do.
This is kind of telling me that the lower half of the playable characters have kind of fallen out, right? There's just like How many people are in day 2? I think is my question.
Percentage of Yees played was around about 10%. It means, this sounds really bad, it means there were fewer unsuccessful Yees, whereas in a meta where we had like 20% meta share of like Draven, that's kind of
we're eyeballing it, right?
Yeah, exactly, a rough statistic. You had more players that weren't quite making it there. So yes, this does mean that Yi is a strong deck, but look at how high the conversion rate's down the rest of it. We had a 46% for Diana.
Those are all so high.
We had a Sivir particularly high. So I think one thing as an additional level to this, yes, of course, Marseille is one of the decks to beat, and that is not something I'm gonna kind of paste over.
It's undeniable.
People are starting to really delve deep into like, hey, I'm refining how I play on this deck. My matchups are getting better. We're doing more events, so people are a lot more confident, especially in these early rounds where you hit a whole bunch of different matchups.
And you got to keep in mind, we are nearing the tail end of Unleashed here. So people are getting more comfortable. We are nearing the peak of knowledge available, of experience gained with the cards available at this moment. Take into account in that Yi has such an incredibly high floor, so reliant, so consistent to do at least that, can lead to dazzling numbers like 59%.
Yes,
dazzling.
So my prediction yesterday on Yi doing really well of getting to day 2, but then crumbling a little bit today, like we've seen from Irelia, I hope comes to fruition, because otherwise I'm gonna look really stupid. But that's why I have Diana here, because I'm like these high skill ceiling champions and legends, I think can quite handedly deal with the Yi.
And the stats don't lie. Diana is one of the few decks that actually does have a positive win percentage into the Yi. So
I mean, Diana's all over in the top cuts. The top 10, rather. It's 4 of the top 10.
Keep a cool head and make that top cut anyway.
Meanwhile, you got to feel happy with Colin still being in this.
Oh, that old thing.
To be honest, you only need 1 set to make it through to look like a god.
That is the thing. I really do believe that with Set in its current position, it can do incredibly well into the Yi. It can do incredibly well into the more reactive decks like the Annie, like we saw yesterday, that can leave Annie completely powerless. I believe still, this is the one for Colin.
The one for Colin, and of course we have talked a lot about the names, the players that are here in the venue this weekend, and of course we always appreciate the fans and the community that come out to our regional qualifiers. Let's take a look at a few more of the fans here at RQ Utrecht.
Hi, better here with RQ Utrecht. Joining me is Sylvan, frontman for our Polish delegation. I will say Riftbound superfan, Hussar hype beast. How are we feeling today?
Bro, I'm flattered, you know. Very good. The overall feeling here is insane. A lot of people. Like, I would say this weekend we'll have what, 3,000, 4,000 people in this venue. It's insane. It's insane.
I'm really excited to see how. I'm excited to see how.
You've been bringing your A game for a while, starting in Bologna. Where you
they UVS and OP handle Worlds for this game,
all of these events with
and as well as Nationals. Like regionals are feeling like a big deal. They are a big deal. But I wonder how Nationals goes over the top. I wonder how Worlds goes over the top. Because the difference between that and this is apparently Alan is from Poland, right? Alan ZQ, the GOAT, right? The guy that's doing all and winning all and yada yada yada. Is there a world where we
something inherent to just the Polish
is there a
community
world
in itself?
where we just
I'm not gonna lie. In Poland, Riftbound is like the biggest
watch
thing. Everyone's so hyped.
And do storylines involved of Worlds? I'm interested. I'm excited to see what that looks like and how they're going to play in those storylines.
Since day one, we heard that Riftbound is coming. Riftbound was hyped up in Poland. We just love that.
I mean, it shows so clearly from the energy you bring, the effort energy that everyone brings to each and every single event. Now, I mean, whenever you bring up Poland, you have to talk Alan. And you were there in Bologna when he lifted his very first trophy. How did that feel as a spectator to see that happen right in front of you?
no matter the sport, let's say Riftbound is a sport, right?
Yeah.
No matter the sport, we love rooting for our representatives and seeing this GOAT playing in the tournaments. It just gives us this dopamine rush every time. And not only him, we have many talented players. We have Barczek, we have Szychu, we have Sebik that come second in Bologna as well. So Alan is just very prominent tip of an iceberg.
So now that he has not only acquired his first trophy, but his second trophy, and is now hunting for his third, will he get it in Utrecht, his third trophy?
Hear me out. Not only Utrecht. From this spot, I can say that Alan will be the first world champion of Riftbound, right? Right? I can tell you that.
I think it's very clear. He clearly has the support not only from you, but everyone around us. Now, I'm going to have to ask, how many of your friends did you bring along for Utrecht today?
200 people, I think, in total. Here is like, I don't know, maybe 100. There are a lot of people still waiting for the on-demands at this point, coming to the venue. But I think easily, like what, 200 osób Polski, 200 osób, 200 people from Poland at least.
And are they just as passionate as you are?
Podoba wam się Riftbound?
And are they just as passionate about cheering on a potential 3-time champion?
Kibicujemy Alanowi! But of course, other players as well, you know.
We're cheering for everyone in top 8.
Of course.
However, there can be absolutely no doubt about the passion that the Polish delegation is bringing. I'm going to bring it up one more time, guys. How are we feeling?
Wait. Guys, na 3-4, Polska górą. 3-4, Polska górą!
Magic.
That's cute.
One last thing. In Poland right now, we have this thing, onomatopoeia. If you are not going to have a great weekend, not a good tournament, you are going nene. But if you are feeling locked in, if you're feeling prepared, you are going to Pach. And this weekend, we are definitely going to Pach. Let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Everyone, thank you so much for showing up. Absolutely wonderful experience. Best of luck today.
How fun!
Over 1,800 players entered the Rift here in Utrecht. Last chance dreams of winning those best of legends from Origins, having a chance at $6,000 and a chance at the elusive regional championship. Now, only 300 remain.
300
points, glory. That is
Oh,
what
watching
our
Alan
founders
again.
will
Okay.
be battling for. And I, Shea Burton, along with Leo, will be your tour guide through the biggest regional qualifier to date. And we're getting straight into the action here, Leo, with an all-star, star-studded match here.
Okay.
Yeah, you were speaking of some of the
Officially no longer want to listen to casters. Let's turn on Spotify and just enjoy our game. So, man, this deck is kind of crazy. The one of Sprite Bottle, the one of Eclipse, I think is really neat. There's just a lot going on when it comes to this Diana list. I wish that I was comfortable enough to know what the differences in the lists are. Like the Kazakhs as well. I think it's so cool. This deck feels genuinely right up my alley, and is a deck that I should be looking at, but trying to play. On the other side, though, we've got Set. Again, I think Body at the moment is so incredibly strong with Irresistible Feyfolk having this push mechanic of bullying people around to different battlefields, followed by Rengar being so dominating. A big thing of note here, there is no orange Set. Orange Set just doesn't exist. He's just like, he's been pushed out of what these set decks look like, which is so interesting. Yeah, a singular Vi. Still got the Call to Glories, but it's like have the little guys with Pit Rookie, Synthria, Kenku Monk wear like little buffs or give buffs to things like Fiora, Rengar, Set Kingpin, and then just protect them. One of Hidden Blade, I was like, it's so interesting to like. I don't think I would ever leave home without 3 Hidden Blade. But we'll take a look and we'll get it rocking. Set starting. Do we have the 2-drop? The answer is yeah. Instantly play the Cynthia and pass. 3 for Diana. And the classic play, we'll just play our engine card. How much can we draw as we enter and score points? Fun to have Rockfall Path exist here. Not a great battlefield, but it does stop. There are 4 ambush cards inside Colin's deck, and they're 4 just like incredibly good, strong pieces, right? It's kind of like one of the main aggressive ways to skip a turn and score points specifically on my rival's turn. Like I move my Diana in, start my showdown, use 5 runes and slam a big cat or a yellow cop. Oh, did we choose? We chose not to move the Diana in. Interesting. Says that our cards are good enough, but no real way to protect the Diana. Says that we're okay to slow the game down. I love it. I think this is great. Probably gonna move the Cynthia in to the monastery to spend her buff, draw a bonus card, and then play an additional unit to give the buff back. The big thing is do we have a way to buff our set, our yellow set, in order to... Do we have a way to buff our yellow set in order to keep him alive in case? And it looks, I mean, Showstopper is the answer, right? Buff a friendly unit, and we've seen that. Stacked deck. Looking at our top 3, deciding what we need. Yeah, I guess we...
Straightforward, you know, very, very clunky, very low decisions, much punching, you know, players who succeed with set, and it's
yeah, unmuting all the time. Not sure what that interaction was, but it's fine. Oh, we can spend Cynthia's buff in order to make the draw happen? That's so interesting. Ready this, get the buff back, move set back, keep him safe and protected. This makes total sense to me. Nice. And the pit rookie coming down to buff up the set. I mean, this is everything that set wants to do. I mean, this is the game plan, right? Efficient use of our runes. Come in, draw some bonus cards, have the buff farm, draw farm on Cynthia. This is looking good. And now Diana, I mean, we have to make some amount of plays happen, right? We've got 2 beautiful open battlefields ready to be taken and grab points. But can she leave it on top? Is that allowed for Diana? She probably says you may recycle it. I can go look. I could do this. Oh. Whoop. I would like you, please. As we go and we look at Diana. Oh, if reveal the top card of your deck, if it's a spell, draw it. Okay, so it actually just, it always stays there. I don't know why I thought it was a if not recycle idea. Tide Turner makes sense to me. Much rather lose that than lose the other. Our real question here is, are we going to Tide Turner a second time? It looks like no. It looks like we're down. I mean, we can. We've got Flash. We've got Gust. No even like hidden Tide Turner to do some movement shenanigans on the other side of the battlefield, or on the other turn. From here, Sabotage, going in and working its magic, breaking the gun, breaking the spell in the spellcaster deck, makes sense to me. Activating Starcross now because Diana just knows it's her best target, right? Hey, you put that set up in your hand, and then I'm gonna pick up this Tide Turner, and we're going to come in and flash the Vex back. Both of these cards are incredibly strong, and it's double Gust, double Tide Turner, so a ton of disruption over on Diana's side. Plenty of movement, plenty of Tide Turners to be key. I mean, we're allowed to, on the next turn, like, move in with both of our onboard units and then instantly pull them back and have units sitting there to wait. Oh, there's man, my two favorite orange cards from the new set, Rengar and Feyfolk. The decision trees you're just like allowed to do with those two cards is so crazy. The real question is Set going to reestablish Set, or are we going to leave these runes up for the Rengar? Because we've already got pieces on board. But like, so from here, I mean, first make it easily go in and like probably feel great about coming in and capturing the Rockfall Path. With that said, though, Rengar isn't allowed to go and jump scare the Rockfall Path, and so the only way that we can have that confrontation happen is if we do it over on the other side. But a Fiora possibly coming in? We've got Fiora plus Pit Rookie to make her mighty and grab some shields, but it means that the punch first will not be available to us. But we're saying that this is enough. 5, 6, 7, and 8 because of the shield on the Fiora. I really like the way that Alan stacks his ready and committed units. He's got like a couple of piles, and I'm a fan of it. Move the Diana in, knows it's completely safe as Set's completely tapped out, finds a stacked deck just off the top for free, which is just more digging, more options, making the Sabotage that we found earlier worse because it's putting more hidden cards into the hand, or hidden information. Hidden card is a mechanic in the game. We shouldn't use that verbiage. But it's just like making it's mucking up the information that we got from the Sabotage and kind of making us wish we had another one, which is, you know, another rune back to try and get that same information that we already had. From here, trying to see what we grabbed. Gust coming in on the Pit Rookie is really interesting because it does say that we are allowed to love the Cossacks here. That's so cool. We are allowed to give an extra buff to something. Tide Turner not being able to be active. Pay one, recycle one. Oh, sorry. Just recycle one, spend the buff, move the Fiora back. But we are going to get to kill this Vex, I believe. Because we still have... unless this Cossack has tank, which I don't believe it does. Card gallery. This is a blue Cossacks? No, it's got to be purple. Cossacks doesn't have blue. It's a purple card. Oh, we killed the Cossacks. How did we do that? Doesn't it get +2? But the Fiora had 5. Oh, Fiora was at 6. Fiora was at 6 and Cossacks was at 6. Duh. I was looking at the buff. I sat here and I said the word shield like 4 times, and then just like didn't apply the math in my head. I was like, it's a 5 might unit with shield. Duh. Okay. Love this play. Obviously, we know this is going to be a tide turner, and it's going to swap positions with the Diana to keep it safe. But I do think that the Diana, if we move in, still gets to trigger its pay 1, find a spell idea. And so Pit Rookie gets to come in, give the Fiora Mighty again in order to give it Deflect, I think is probably my right call. And then we move the Fiora up and in into the Diana. Unless we want to, like, just fight the Vex as well. Like, if we want to try and fight the Vex, we could do that. And then the Diana could still move over with a Tide Turner. Yeah, I think it's... which battlefield we go to might determine if the Tide Turner moves. Because, like, if we go to the Diana, we use it to save the Diana. If we go into the Vex, we could use it to kill the Fiora. Right? And, like, keep one of them. Okay. A second unit going in. Fiora plus first mate? I think we're trying to sniff of if this is a... if this is a scary hidden card, what's going to happen? And then Tide Turner gets activated. Any responses to the Tide Turner? Yeah, with the 7 here, I don't think that we're going to be... yeah, no swapping, no pushing, no movement. I didn't see us... it might be the camera angle. I didn't see us recycle the rune for set, but I'm positive that Colin, who is currently 8-0, remembers to recycle his runes. Why he's playing there and I'm sitting at home. Man, this game has kind of felt like not looking at the scores, right, but just like looking at what's happening on the board has felt so in Set's corner. Like Set doing his thing has just been so cool to see. Draw the Stupefy. If you do Predict, over the top card of your deck, and then you are allowed to draw it. I think the goal of that is, like, we just need to be able to get cards off the top of our deck. And we dig a little deeper, letting the Diana die. And then from here, like, Alan's hand is, like, kind of bad, no? Yeah, I don't know. This game has the potential to last 2 more turns, and Fizz is strong. Fizz Tide Turn, like, if Alan pulls out of this, I mean, it's the reason he's the best player. Like, Starcross, bounce the Fizz, replay the Fizz, stack deck, find a Hua, move the Hua in, or play the Hua. That's probably a lot of resources, no? Like, that's 6-11. We definitely don't have 11 runes, right? 'Cause Fizz, bounce, Fizz, 5-drop Hua. Just to, like, try and fight back against what's going on here. I love that we have the leader set in it. And it looks like, yeah, he said there isn't really anything that I can do about what's going on. There's no combination of cards in my deck that can deal with the board state that you have plus what I have here. Not quite enough. Which is, I mean, it's great to see. As we go into sideboards, I don't necessarily care about watching them sideboard. Or are we live now? Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty decisive game one with Set going first. Okay, moving in to the next game. Alan as Diana establishing undeniably the best early drop you can. I wonder actually if there is a ranking of the best 2-drop in the game. It's gotta be Ravenbloom, right? Okay. Kind of an expensive hand that we have here. We have the Lucian, which is cool, but no equipment to be seen. This Lucian can move in, move out, score us a free point real fast, but kind of what do we do after that is interesting. Move in, we gust the Lucian. Are we down to repulse this, or do we just reestablish the Lucian? If we repulse this, we don't get to Rengar in against the Diana on the next turn. We lose our tempo on... We lose our tempo on that? Wow. Get the +1. He said, it's still your turn. He said, please continue to play cards. He says, playing back out the Lucian is what matters here. We will get the Rengar up and active next time. Which I agree with, right? I think sitting here and holding these 5 runes is just going to signal, hey, there's a Rengar coming. Please don't move your unit. And then we would have like skipped a whole turn cycle and been in that same spot anyways. And so like playing that heads up probably just isn't the correct move. As we move the Diana in, knowing that it's safe, can't be pounced on. Take a look. It is a Stupefy, so we will add it to our hand using the Legend ability to pay for the champion units predict and draw. As we pass up Alan this time, full runes ready. Just saying, hey, no reason to bring the Ravenbloom student back. It can sit here and it can scrap with the best of your units. I mean, having the... Okay. Lucian coming in to do the trade. 3-3 on the Diana, although we did just watch the Stupefy get added, which is going to minus the Lucian as well as buff the Ravenbloom, another Stupefy added to hand. Not to mention the redraw that it shows. And here it is. Vi coming in to get in the scramble. Let's go ahead and use Starcrossed, bouncing our stunned Diana to then bounce one of these other units. It's probably the Vi, I would imagine. Oh, repulsed, repulsed. It's not repulsed. I think repulsed is the Fiora specialization. What's the name of this card? It is repulse. Repulse, saying this Diana is stuck there. I would like my units to exist. As Diana perishes. Okay. Looks good to me. We're going to move the Lucian back as it conquered, try and keep him safe on the board. Unable to go and contest the other battlefield as Diana goes up to 3 points to now sets 1. Significantly slower game over on the set side. You can see without the monastery getting that extra draw, getting that advantage, the opposite is actually happening. The advantage is kind of going crazy over on Diana's side because of how much we were allowed to use, move, and utilize the other Diana. But Vex, OG Vex, I believe this is Vex. I'll go look up the proper name. I should start using the proper names. Vex Cheerless coming in. Very efficient at engaging in combat as it makes my spells easy and your spells difficult. And so kind of setting up for this onslaught to try and go back in and fight this Vi. Which makes sense, right? Like, we got to build back up. We held our point on Tarragon's Peak. Play out our big unit, retreat back, consolidate our forces to then go back out and fight again. Take a big long think over here on Seth's side. The question is how badly do we want to engage this this Vex? If we pull the Vi back, yeah, man, I really like Lucian as a quick way to score points. He said, here's 5. Another Vi? Oh, it's set. It's for sure set. We come in and we drop Set over on the Valley of Idols, and this is the way that Set gets his buff. The big thing here is Set has tank plus all the extra might. This is great and good. Our spells are going to be expensive as soon as Vex Cheerless gets involved. So it's possible, because we are winning as Diana, that we just like don't bother with the Tarragon. We don't bother with the monastery. Sorry, the Valley of Idols at all, and we just move up to Tarragon's Peak and say, "Hey man, I'm winning. You got to figure out your life." But brings the Vi back. A little scary. I mean, it's a 7 might unit. We've got 7 on the board with the Vex plus the Ravenbloom, and the Ravenbloom is going to get way better. And I believe that's a top deck Singularity, which is kind of crazy. The world of choices is kind of Diana's oyster at the moment. The question, I mean, this position here from Alan is the Doctor Strange multiverse of what are the spells that I'm trying to sling to be the most efficient possible, right? Currently, this set is 6-7 might because it looks and sees itself for its buff. So we could take in Singularity to shoot the Set plus the Vi, and then stupefy the Set, reducing its might by 1, meeting that damage threshold of I've taken these stats, and then it would perish, making our Ravenbloom big, and we could go in and try and capitalize on both. And with 4 up, I think the only thing that we'd have to worry about is maybe I think it's I call it Natalie, but that's not the name of the card. The ambushing cat from the new set. Oh, it is Natalie. No, Needly. Could come in and do a little ransacking of our math. The other thing that we're potentially trying to do is, if we take and move in and Moonfall, do I get to save myself both a Singularity for whenever inevitably the Ringguard comes out, which we know that it is, and we also save a Stupefy, which is a +2 to our Ravenbloom. Again, our goal here, because we have lost the Diana Legend, is to be as efficient with our cards as possible and choke out set who is going to be losing resources every time something dies. Moonfall comes in. I think our goal here is probably to snag the Lucian and bring it over. If we had a repulse, I might have repulsed this. Because it gets the Lucian involved, combined with, like, killing the Lucian and the set. Unless maybe the idea here is, like, punch first to make it big. But Vex Cheerless, it doesn't increase the power cost on the rival's turn, right? It's just the energy cost. Our power and cost gets reduced. Oh, and the enemy spells cost 1 and 1 more. Oh, so it does. Okay, so this is now pay 2 for an Eclipse, -4 again to the set. So the set has been truly diminished from a once 7 might unit down to -1, -4, down to a 2 might unit. So we got 2 + 1 on the Lucian side, not to mention, you know, a bit of predicting here, see if we can get a little closer to some relevant pieces. If it's a card that we like, we can even use the Stupefy to just instantly draw it and get it engaged in this showdown or in this turn, my rival's turn. It just depends on what that card that we saw off the top of the Eclipse was. Yeah. This makes sense. The question is Punch Up worth it? 2, recycle 3. We're going to get the set back anyways. He says that it's fine and we will predict. There is no... I think we like this card. I think we like this card as we leave it on top, and I imagine a Stupefy is going to come in to instantly draw it. But maybe not, though. Maybe we can just, like, leave the... Maybe we can just leave the unit on top. Or you leave the card on top and just draw it organically. I mean, we know that it's there, that it exists, right? Using the set, the boss, legend ability in order to save our set. I called him Yellow Set, but he's got a name. He's got a title. Set Kingpin. As we move in, kind of uncontested here, we do officially have Set and Colin in check. And it looks like Fizz to rebounce. I would imagine it's rebounce the set, not the Vi that can be deployed at ambush speed. Just to slow us down a little bit more and re-add the Fizz to our hand. Yeah. What did we add back? I missed it. Please go big screen. Okay, 1 second, guys. I don't know why this died. Oh, did my whole system crash? I can't touch anything right now. Okay, there we go. We came back. Can I... We just like haven't picked what we want to pick back up. I'm gonna push back live and there should be a Fizz that's gone. I don't think we picked up with the Star-Crossed, which is interesting. We're thinking hard. Unless we didn't? What spell did we cast with Fizz? Oh, we did not cast the Starcross, we cast the Moonfall. And we just like instantly picked it up and put it in the discard pile. Rather than... Yeah, because we just moved it over here. Okay, I'm back caught up. And then we're going to see this Moonfall, I'm sure, go in the discard pile. Or go back in the deck. Okay, I'm back in it. Alright, double Stupefy, pretty good. It says that our Vex is winning. Our Vex Cheerless is winning against Vi Annoyance. Vi Peacekeeper. Ooh, I like that. That's a good title. So the question here is do we pounce with Rengar or do we use the other? And I think the pounce makes sense. Let's do this and get Vi off. Get Vex off the board so that on a later turn when we have to come in and defend our Rengar. Ooh. That's really, really strong. Moon coming in. I mean, do we repulse this? He says absolutely not. Pay 2 and recycle 2 to kill the Vi. But the Vex also dies? Question mark? The Vex dies, but doesn't the Vi die? Because it is... Oh, might have only had -1. He said singularity. Shoot both those large units and then move in with the Fizz. Score the game-winning point. All right. Completely different game there. I wonder if Lucian is just like a going first, score free points idea. Because it looked like we were taking them out. They certainly weren't in the main board in game 1. Interesting. We stare at the camera. Shoot back to the casters. Yeah, Lucian's coming out. Interesting. Back to the deck list. This makes sense to me. Excuse me. I mean, I think the big change that we have to make when it comes to Abandoned Hall, Grove of the Godwillow is an interesting Game 3 battlefield. My phone updated last night, and I don't like how it looks anymore. I think I'm gonna try and look up and see how I can change how my phone looks now. Kind of a pretty decent opener. The real question is are we down? We're down to pass and not play the pit rookie to not waste a potential buff. I mean, I don't hate it because we don't have our buffing battlefields any longer. This makes total sense to me. Play the Fiora. Have Diana come in and move. And I think there's we're probably gonna go up to the abandoned hall, I would imagine. They want the Grove, and so let them have it. We can go fight it later, unless we have a way to fight and interact with it. He said, "Play Hua, play Hui." What is Hui's title? Hui, I think it's something Blood Painter? Brooding Painter. Close. Brooding Painter. So from here, I mean, it's very much a building up our forces type of game. Yeah, love. This is so interesting to play the set and not even bothering to go in with the Fiora. Says that it is more important to grab some pieces at home, but I believe that's a top deck Moonfall, which is going to be pretty heinous as we move the... Well, we can move the Hui in and bully a unit to come fight us. Fizz is pretty good. Grab this, discard the hard bargain, redraw. We could snatch the Fiora up because we know, with the Moonfall, because we know that there's no interaction that we can do. And we can't actually... Hello, Cohen, how are you? I'm good, man. We can't actually kill the set twice, but we can get rid of the Fiora and, like, you know, make them lose 4 might off the field. The real question is if we do that, how much advantage do we actually get? Right, the set's gonna still come in and do some bullying. Yeah, it looks like Tide Turner to swap their spots, redraw, discard another spell, draw an additional card. What spell do we not want? Looking like Gust is the option. I mean, it makes sense, right? We don't want to put things like Pit Rookie back in hand to give another instance of buff. I think the big thing that I've seen out of this set deck, the thing that we just haven't drawn, is nobody is getting drunk. There has not been a single arena bar, I believe, even in the hand, to potentially be played. Okay, Stupefy coming in to -1 the Fiora and +1 the Tide Turner. This is a great trade. As we redraw off the Stupefy, Tide Turner already did its job. And so, yeah, trading here makes sense. No buff to protect the Fiora on the back end. So the question is do we move the set in knowing that Hui can come in over top? I think that as set, we need to get on the board in some capacity, even if it's like we move the Pit Rookie in just to score our point. Looks like that's the idea here. Again, if the Pit Rookie dies, so be it. Moving both in. Okay, I don't hate this. Moving Pit Rookie in. Moving the set in, set way stickier as a unit to be set at the Grove Willow. But having the Diana come in and be a higher might unit than the Pit Rookie instantly, not to mention the Abandoned Hall giving the bonus buffs whenever we've got the spells slinging, it kind of makes sense for us. Question is, do we play both first mates and retreat them both back? Whoa! We came in, we scored our 2 points, and we brought them all home to keep them safe. I did not see that coming at all. Yeah, essentially acting as a flash like the casters are showing. That's really cool. 17 minutes left in the round for you guys who can't see as we move Diana in using the legend to go ahead and look, find a hard bargain on the top, and add it to hand. Going to be annoying with things like Punch First. How's the stream been? It's been good. I mean, this is the first match of the day, but I did a stream watch yesterday, and I will say that it was the most enjoyable I've ever. It was incredibly enjoyable to watch the stream yesterday. I hope it stays as high as it is today. Play a Ravenbloom over at the Abandoned Hall as well. What round is this? This is round 9. Round 9. They're doing rounds 9 through 13 on this stream, and then I believe top 8 on a separate stream. Okay, so our question here is, as we move both these first mates in, is what interaction could we possibly have, and why aren't we doing something like a challenge, per se? Challenge against the Diana would probably be very good. Interesting that, did we use the Diana proc of when a showdown starts? Because it does not look like it. Okay. I think that we are also down to... Ooh, love this action. We're going to stun the Ravenbloom student, except they would now both be flashed back. We were going to lose this fight anyways, and we knew it. We did not care. It would get another +1 buff, right? Am I crazy? Like, sorry, a +1 might increase because it was played while we were at the abandoned hall, and so it would be a 6 might unit coming in. Let's move the set up into the Godwillow, scoring to 4. As set, we are certainly getting our feet back underneath us. I love moving the Pit Rookie in to support the base. Just put 2 more might where it's at. I love this. Go my 2 roots and redraw another Ravenbloom student. Very, very strong. I am unsure why we need the dice. I guess we're about to be recycling some stuff. Or we're keeping track of basic math. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And then over here it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I think it's keeping track of how much might is at the Willow. I mean, moving in with Hui plus Hui Brooding Painter plus the Ravenbloom student probably will score a KO on the bottom battlefield. But I think it is going to be a bit of a fight to get there. We're at 9. Hui could easily become an 8 might unit as long as we have a unit we would like to discard from our discard draw. But we are saying we're not even going to worry about that battlefield first. We've got this one to play because we're going to get bonuses off of the abandoned hall. As Moonfall comes in, what do we bring over? Is it the Pit Rookie? Giving it the -2, just taking it completely out of this fight. +2. And then -2, -2, -2. And we still get to bring a guy over, right? Isn't that what we're looking for? Or we're choosing not to, potentially. We're saying that we don't want the Pit Rookie involved. Kind of don't see a reason not to bring the Pit Rookie over as it starts at 2 and gets -2. Unless Starfall has a minimum 1. Love the challenge here. Let's have the set fight the student, or maybe have the set fight the Diana. Because if we have the set fight the student, it is hard bargain coming in, giving another bonus to our buffs here. Kind of nothing we can do. Are we down to pay an extra 2 for this? Completely committing out. And then even still, we could just use more spells to have the abandoned hall like increase the might and just still have the set die. We've got so much open resource here. It says this resolves, giving an extra +2. A 1 there and then 1 there because we have to get I believe that we're targeting the Diana here on this challenge. Oh, I'm sorry, the challenge was canceled, so we no longer have to worry about that. Hunt first coming in with the Vi. Another challenge would be pretty good, but it looks like Smokescreen is also going to take care of this. So +5 might back again. With the -3 +5. I mean, I prefer this math. So currently... Oh, we played our own spell. We're at the abandoned hall, so it gets +1. Okay, so looks like 8, 9, 10, 11 might over on the Star-Crossed Hall on one side. And I think we've got some more spells that we need to be playing. And a perfect one being Stupefy. Selectively, we reduce the might of this Vi by 1, redraw a card. Give +2 might, and so now it's down to 10. We're up to 11, and so we are officially winning the fight. And then still find the Star-Crossed in case we need it. Wow, that's so good. Easily can come back and protect our Diana if we so choose by bouncing it back to our hand. And we've got plenty of resources. We got, what, 5 runes up? An insane top deck. As the Punch First comes in, making the Vi even larger. I can't imagine we actually put this all these eggs in a singular basket. Colin, as Set is saying, hey, I need to win this fight, or else I will be losing the game. Willing to drop down to 3 runes. Starcross is coming in for sure. Is there a world where we don't Starcross? I just couldn't imagine the world where we don't. We pick the Diana and then the Vi. Doesn't that just win us on the spot? Because I don't actually think putting the Vi back in hand is going to be that big of a deal with the amount of runes that we reduced ourselves down to. Although 8-0, this is game 3, 7 minutes left on the clock. There's a lot to think about. Maybe we're our goal here. I mean, what happens when we get Rengar, right? I think that's the thing we have to worry about. It's less about the Vi, more about the Rengar. But yeah, I think I do really like this play. Diana back to hand to keep it safe. And then these both perish. Let's move way in. We are going to draw a card, then discard a card. If we discard a unit, we will be tying, and then all it takes is one, like, Stupefy to win our battlefield here. As we discard the Diana, we've already drawn enough resources. He says we don't need it. +3 going 8-8 over on the Grove Willow, and then Smoke Screen to finish it off. Set will perish. Colin dropping all the way down to 2 runes. Can't even redeploy the Vi as we hide a card over here. Man, what an intense showdown, a set of showdowns this turn was. So this is 4. We're tied back up 4-4. 5.5 minutes left in the round as we have Set come in and say, hey, let's go for the trade. You're not allowed to draw the extra as we play the Fiora Impasse. Going to... Excuse me. Going to 5 points from the hold at the Abandoned Hall. We can Fizz to, I believe, Moonfall Oh, it's star-crossed. Okay, I don't hate this. Star-cross the card back in the hand. I think Moonfall also would have been very good here. But nice. We'll play the Vex and move back the student. Okay, back up to 6 runes over on set side. No units. Let's establish both. Giving the buff to the Fiora. Very good establishing board again. Moving up to 6 points. And then kind of no reason not to move the student into the Grove. Yeah, this one moves in, scores to our 7, putting Colin in check. And then I think, yeah, second Raven Bloom here is going to be a tall order to get over. And then now we sit and we watch the fireworks. We watch the magic to see if the boss, the Kingpin, can get it done. Vi, Showstopper, Punch First. I mean, these are 3 incredibly, incredibly strong cards. In order to make the Vi useful, though, we do have to get this Vex Apathetic off the board. Any spell that we target on this Fiora is going to be pretty expensive, though. -1 might, and I'm positive we're going to be giving the might back over to the Vex. Because again, our goal here is to not let this Vex die. As Punch First comes down and says, hey, I have to win this combat, dude. I'm not allowed to let you hold these battlefields. And so +5 rather, going to a +4, pushing us up to 9 might over on the Abandoned Hall. 10 might because of the fact that we do get the +1 back. Colin saying, yeah, I forgot about your -1. I just counted my +5 and then the bonus from the Abandoned Hall. But you're right. You did stupefy the Diana. Kha'Zix here could come in to try and make this fight happen a little cleaner. Comes in as a 6 might unit, but not a spell, notably. So not going to get to protect the Vex. But what it does do is it says that we potentially have to split our focus. We are not allowed to Vi here. Vi will come in. Yes, it will stun a unit, but its might won't be added to the fight at all. But maybe what we have to do is stun the Kha'Zix. Stacked deck, pretty good. Because if we stun the Kha'Zix and don't have its 6 might be added to the pie, I guess at this point it would be a tie. Because we just played this. +1, +1, and another one off the Kha'Zix. Hey, stunning this Kha'Zix actually might win us this fight. But it would what? It would rebuff us? Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. Because I think we've got 3 combats that we have to deal with. We got to kill the Vex. We got to kill the... Yeah. We have to kill both of these. We've got a 7 might Kha'Zix that will stay there. Spend the resource in order to regrab this back. I guess it is time for Showstopper. And then we have exactly enough might. Because Showstopper buffs and readies it, or buff move ready? Because if it's buff move ready, buff a friendly unit and then move it to a battlefield. It does not ready it. It does not quite ride the wind. So buff it, move her in, and score into it. Doesn't get the +1. It doesn't get the +1 for moving in. But this does get the +5. So this is a... $11 might unit versus a 9 might unit. If we can have a 1-drop over in Diana's hand. Oh, the Tide Turner. The Tide Turner is so huge. Let's... Oh, we're not moving it in. We're just going for the trade. And then Vi coming in to score. I mean, we have stopped checkmate, right? We are no longer in check. And Diana is down to a very low number of... Oh, Singularity is so good. Singularity has basically single-handedly won both of these Diana games today, actually. I don't want to say it's a slept-on card, but man. He said... Pass. Oh, turns left. Oh, Alan won because of time being called in overtime. And we were up more points. Oh, I can't fast forward. This is a live stream. Whew, man. What a match. That was incredible. Yeah, very fun. I mean, man, Singularity coming in at clutch times during that match was like so dope. Diana looks cool. Diana does look cool. Diana's definitely a deck that I think that I would really enjoy. A lot of moving pieces. I think that I'm at heart, I'm a blue player. Like I really, really like blue as a package. And the fact that like purple is undeniably like the strongest symbol, strongest color in the game, like just makes sense. Man, that look, what a crazy Singularity that was. Insane. Yeah, and then the Vex like coming in to like stop the Vi from being heinous on this attacking turn. It was like a really eloquent fight at the end though. Like imagine we like don't get Singularity there. The game becomes like incredibly hard. I will listen to the casters. Oh. I wanted that to work.
And started redeveloping when Colin had no chance after keeping up the tempo the entire game.
It was an absolute masterclass. So let's kick it down for our winners interview of Alan and Barrett.
Thank you so much for that excellent cast of
Look
two
at Barrett.
titans of our game. Not only finding that Singularity, closing out, but in a close fashion. Alan ZQ, welcome back to the chairs that I feel like you're so familiar with at this point.
that was an incredible match against two Titans to start off your day 2, but it's got to feel pretty good probably locking in that win against Colin specifically, because he has to continue out with today. And of course, with 4 more rounds, how are you feeling?
Amazing, thank you for having me again here, Barrett.
Right to the big leagues, yeah.
Game 1, Game 2 was pretty much one-sided. Game 1 for the Colin, I drew too much bounces and I missed my Diana trigger, so I just didn't have enough value to play the game. Had to try to tempo, and that just was catastrophic when he could draw multiple cards, so it was just scoop. Game 2, I pretty much happened to me exactly what happened to him last game, and then Game 3 was the one that was very exciting to play, and a lot of math with the Abandon Hole. I did misplay heavily with Fizz. I forgot, I meant to do Moonfall, but when I announced Starcrossed instead of Moonfall, he already said, okay, I cannot take it back. So it's on Fiora, post this big combat where I can clear Fiora and I can't lose from there. I Starcrossed Moonfall, which was just like pretty much like I was thinking about the next turn Starcross, and I wanted to Moonfall this turn, and yeah, bamboozled myself. But overall, a great last game. I think that the last one is worth highlighting, because Game 1, Game 2 was pretty much just like very one-sided.
No, and even still, I'm glad we can have those highlights for those Game 3s, because the fact that, you know, I'm waiting here on turn 4 for each of you, and no one's got a victory point yet. You know, I'm watching you both, you know, set up yourself, but remove each other's stuff. And then, you know, you get the Hue set up early, get all that card draw. We're getting rid of these spells early on to just get the extra card advantage. Like you said, when Game 1 and 2 was that sort of key to success for each of the respective players. But then in Game 3, finding a way back in as Colin, you know, claws, removes each of these units, makes the strategic plays. That is, to me, the peak Riftbound, and players like you and Colin are so excellently showcased that. So, I mean, you got 4 more rounds to go, Alan. You're currently still undefeated. There was only a couple of y'all coming into today. Is there maybe someone, I mean, I'm excited to potentially hopefully see maybe you have to go against, you know, Pedro or Squirtle, one of our reigning European other regional qualifier champion. That's something that's on my radar that I would love to see. So, but going in for the rest of the tournament, obviously I can't really ask you if you're afraid of anything, because I feel like you're not really, you know, fearing any sort of matchup. But is there a player maybe that you're still trying to look out for that you don't want to go against?
I mean, not so much of a player, but like I was feeling a bit heavy on the stomach going into the early rounds. It was more due to what I ate yesterday, but once I started playing, it completely go. It's crazy and wonderful how mind can just shut down any issues with the body and just focus on the gameplay, where it's actually, you just cure yourself, you just heal meanwhile playing, and you just forget about the issue that there was before the game. But going forward, I'm looking forward to just playing. There's so many strong players coming from the other regionals, and I consider Europe being the strongest region, given that not everybody travel across the sea like I do, and from competing across all the regions, I feel like Europe definitely has the strongest foot.
I have heard from multiple people that this may be the most rigorous regional qualifier yet, and I feel it in this room as well, as I think everyone is leveling each other up in Riftbound. Alan, thank you so much, and congrats again on your win. Moving on, still X&O, but we've got a round 10 and more to come. We'll send it back.
Thank you so much for that, Barrett. It's always great. It's always awesome to hear from one of the greats of our game, Alan ZQ, and his thought process going through. But actually, Barrett,
these are crazy.
These are more of round 9
look at these.
Going straight into round 10. We can hop straight into our feature match B, where we're going to get the last 7 minutes that we have.
It's a Volibear
versus Draven. And whoa,
it's a Volibear.
Volibear.
But also quite.
Volibear versus Drake. Look how big and manly this bear is, dog. Holy. A lot of cool stuff happening here. So we redraw. Looking like Elder Dragon. Okay. Darkcross? Jump scare board state? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is tough. It does look like we're gonna be going to a game 3. I can only imagine we're going to a game 3 just because... like there's a heinous amount of might over on this other side, and I don't actually know how we get there nor clear it, right? Kaisa, Noxus, Hopeful. I mean, we're allowed to... This is bad for Volibear, maybe as a bad early game? Yeah. Get to kill the Draven. So now only 10 might sit... Oh, there's 2 Kaisas? Or is that Kaisa and an equipment? It's Kaisa and an equipment. It's the spinning axe. Okay. The axe is going to perish. Huh. Maybe I should be playing Falling Star in my deck. I have it. Falling Star would be probably good. Dead Bloom? We could play Dead Bloom, but I think our goal is to just play the... I've seen a lot of people not be playing Dead Bloom now that Rengar exists. Okay. We did clear this entire board, but kind of ransacked our runes for it. Yeah, no reason not to move both these Rengars back. What could we possibly be afraid of? Whoa. Play this dragon, re-ready 2 runes? I guess it's just a cool 8-drop. Last 2 runes out on the Draven side. Looks like we got quite a few cards in hand. And so let's see what we're allowed to push back into as we move to the Tarragon's Peak and we redraw a card. A ton of might sitting over in Volibear's corner. Man, I absolutely despise the 4-drop rune ramping cards. I think they're not very good. Hiding a card over there makes sense to me. Channel 3 from the paper tree. Okay. We have plenty of might to deal with this other battlefield. Eight plus 6, we've got 14 might to fight against this 7. Getting 7 might over on this other side feels all but impossible. I don't know why we didn't move the Rengar, the second Rengar back, actually. Because like, there's no way we were getting to 15 might on the paper tree battlefield. We should have just like had more units to like push in. Did we just? Oh, we had another Rengar in hand. Wow, crazy! As Volunteer takes it down. Wow, that's pretty good. I guess we get to go back to listening to the casters.
Yep. Interact a little bit more. So I think Volibear is the coolest Aurora deck because it utilizes Aurora as just like an add-on to your Volibear strategy. No?
That's how I feel.
It's a deck I play the most of, and it's just so much fun, as you say. So many options. You've got a Carrigan to draw cards, Ferris Forerunner as well.
But how about, we don't want to hear from this mediocre Volibear player. Let's hear from Billionaire, who just won our feature match, our winners interview.
Isn't that Volunteer?
Barrett Bryan here, joined with our other feature match winner, Challenger TCG, Billionaire, the Mr. Volibear himself, as you have locked in your 4th bear now, but 5th best of overall. How does it feel not only to have that best of basically already locked in today, but you're actually now, because of this win, still X-1. You're in top cut contention as well with only 4 more Swiss rounds to go. How do you feel right now, man?
It's feeling great. I mean, I love Volibear so much. I got in the same position in Sydney, but man, I just bombed day 2. I played sold out. Obviously, he got all the way to the finals. I played him like round 1 in Sydney, so wasn't great. But I mean, I locked my bear at that event, so that was cool. But you know, it's definitely been like in the back of my mind of like, yeah, I could be the first bear to ever make top cut. I'm pretty sure it's never made top cut in a China event.
Wow.
Definitely never in an NA or Western event. So yeah, I mean, it's exciting. I would really love to. I need to win the next 3 and draw my last round, and I could do it.
You definitely could, and it's so exciting to think about that, because I just always continue to bring up these storylines of these people that become so specialized with the deck. I mean, I'm literally backstage talking with my people, and in game 1, you know, I don't know if we get to see it on stream, but in game 1, it's like the point values go all the way to your opponent, and you come back because that's just what the deck does. You know the limitations. You have been playing this deck now for months and months and months. You know, you already have your championship invite from back when you played Master Yi, of course, in Las Vegas. So, like, you're very much like aiming for these best ofs, and with Hartford coming up, you know, I would assume you're still going to probably play the bear there to try and maybe steal that last one as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the last event where we can get set 1 best ofs, from my current understanding at least. So I would like to just get the last bear, do the 5 for 5. That would be really awesome. But yeah, more than anything, it would mean the world to me to make top cut with the bear.
My last question is, because I have to ask you as a herald of, you know, the Stormbringer.
Yes.
How many people like look up to you or message you and ask for advice? Because I think of these legends from Origins that are maybe like not seeing as much play anymore, but the deck is still powerful. You know, Aurora is obviously very strong, but it's not the only way to play the game, and there must be people out there that are probably like looking and messaging you and asking you like, how do I do such a thing? So is there any advice that you could give to the players out there that want to just play their favorite deck and then can be just like you, making day 2, taking home multiple best ofs? Like, what do you think is the best piece of advice you would give?
Yeah, I think like actually specializing is really important in this game. We have currently, in the current format, we have 40 legends. That's only going to keep expanding. So like, and because of the best of system, like, it is a jungle meta. Like, you just do not know what you're going to play against, so you need to just know the ins and outs of your deck. And if you're picking a deck like Volibear, or say for instance my teammate Colin on set, a big advantage is also just that people haven't really played against these decks. So when you're playing these off meta picks, you know what you're doing, you know what your game plan is, but your opponents often do not. So if you just put the time in and you really understand your deck, I think that you could take it really far. I would say, like you mentioned earlier, I got a Master Yi to the first question. I did get a Master Yi in Vegas. That was my very first best of. And I was playing Aurora Yi, which was like not very common back then. And I did get a little bit of attention for that. I mean, people loved the Sand Soldier tech and stuff, but I would definitely say when I started performing on Volibear, I got way more attention. I mean, you know, this legend was very underrepresented. And honestly, the list, when I started seeing the original best ofs, no offense to the people out there, but I thought I could optimize these lists way better. I really understand Aurora. I've been playing it since set 1. My teammate Daniel, who got all the way to the finals, was on my Aurora Yi list that I put him on in the very first regional at Houston. And so I've just been playing Aurora decks for a really long time, but I don't really like the Aurora decks like Sivir, where like you're all in on Aurora. If you don't see the Aurora, your
lose.
deck just dies. Volibear and Yi were really good at playing without it. You don't even need to see it. Volibear, I'd say, is even way better at playing without it. If you just curve like Rengar into Forerunner, into Kadrigan, draw 3 cards, ramping every single time you're playing these guys, like, that's just a really strong curve. Not a lot of decks can deal with that much might, and Forerunner's still a monster even with Starcross running around. So yeah, I would say just lock in on your favorite guy and really just understand what your game plan is into the rest of the field, but just know that like, you're not always just going to play meta. You could play against anything, so just specialize on your thing.
Specialization is key, and practice makes perfect, just as you have perfected the art of the bear. And Volibear, I think, is not going anywhere, at least when I think of you specifically, Billionaire. So thank you so much. Congratulations on your win here, and good luck with the rest of the 4 rounds that you have, but we're going to send it back.
Welcome back, and goedendag to Quick Decks here at the Riftbound RQ in Utrecht. The format, where players have 30 seconds of time to tell me what their deck does. Next to me is Nixus. Why did you choose your deck, and what did you choose to play?
I chose to play Kha'Zix, the best bug in the whole game. He's awesome, and I play him because his playstyle is very unique. I love it.
All right, very unique playstyle. We like to hear that. You have 30 seconds. Are you ready?
Sure.
Go!
So, first of all, we have our signature ability. It's basically a charm that we can use, and it's a Ride the Wind. It's one of the most broken cards in the whole game. I have only 30 seconds, right? Okay, we gotta go fast. Irresistible Faithbook. It's a 2-drop that's basically a charm. It's really, really good. You can oppress your opponent really good with it, and that's the whole ability with Kha'Zix.
There's 2 musics playing.
This legend ability, it makes you capable of moving your unit, your exhausted unit, back to the base, and it's also capable of buffing. So
and we are done. Thank you so much. So, to summarize this, everything in your deck charms, and you're taking away the main strategy of your opponent by just pushing everything into your battlefield.
Right, exactly. 30 seconds were really quick.
All right, thank you so much, Nixix. Yep, that's how Kha'Zix does it. Just lures you in, gets you singled out, and then wins the game versus you. Thank you so much. We're going back to the broadcast with haste.
Thank you very much, Leonard, as we close in on round 10 for RQ Utrecht. James and Bandit here to take you through the action. And in some players' minds, you might think we have a treat for you. And in other players' minds, you might go, ooh, I've been trying to avoid this deck all week long. I think our matchup will feature the Infinite Lux loop. So we'll walk you through what that means if you're not paying attention. If you're not terminally online like us, we'll get you through the action.
Here,
Hell yeah.
When they say that somebody is cooking, right? It's like, oh, it's a little spicy. Loop Lux is higher gastronomy. And it is an acquired taste.
It certainly is. Are we cooking with lasers? I've heard that.
No. It's foam. Everything is foam.
Everything's foam. Okay. So we'll get into it as we progress. To peel back the curtain a little bit, we were like, let's see if any make it, because it has been the boogeyman of the weekend where people are like, oh, how many people are going to be playing the Infinite Loop Lux? Quite frankly, don't know that we've had enough time really to refine the deck for most players. So we were saying, hey, we only saw it for the first time last week in China. Now people have had a little bit of time. So if any make day 2 and start looking like they might actually progress towards top 64 and top 8, we will pick it up and take a look. And that is the moment that we find ourselves in, as of course round 10 means we are determining our undefeated players, our top 8 players. So, Bandit, do you want to give us the like one line on the Infinite Lux loop as we take a look in a moment? In fact, you know what? Let's wait for the deck list. And I'm actually really surprised and happy to see a player I know as well, Pentastag from Rift Labs, one of Jib's teammates. We had Jibs yesterday. Pentastag up on stage now for a feature match too.
Once again, and we've already been impressed before by those who are more well acquainted with Jib. So is that... Are you directly influencing them, or do they have a good role model?
No,
what's the deal there?
It's actually a surprise right now for me, which is nice. As at some point,
nice.
No, I mean a surprise that I didn't know we were getting this on stage.
Oh, I see a new card. I see Fiora in my E list.
Yeah, I think we may. Talking about Lux, I think we may end up seeing that perhaps as a later matchup. This is a Master Yi, of course, that we're looking at. I'll just get confirmation exactly of the matchup that we're going into. Yeah, but as you said, Fiora in this deck list, not something that we see very often.
No, it's the one spice. There's a main deck disarming rake for all that gear hate that you want to push through, and in general, not too many things. I think the one outlier here is the rune split and the fact that they are running, in fact, the Zon Warrens, where usually Arena's Greatest or something of the like would have taken the preference. Now, very important that you have to keep your eye on. We are playing overnumbered Poros. That pleases me.
Now, I will say that is all good to keep in mind, but we're in a moment where I'm like, this is the one time where I'm like, I do know the player on stage, and that's not their username, and I know that they're not playing Lux. So I think we need to...
We're keeping it easy.
We may come back around and revisit that. So we were talking about the Lux. So if you don't mind me jumping in as we make sure that we're in the right place. So the way that the Infinite Lux archetype works is essentially you're trying to create a game state where you can produce at least 2 and if not 3 loops of infinite creation. First of all, you end up creating infinite energy, then you create infinite power with a lot of recruit tokens, and then eventually one of the ways of winning the game is with Renata Glask, the one that taps to score a point. And the way your hand and deck is set up is like you can continue to replay it, score a point, replay it again, score a point, and it comes in ready, and you win the game basically.
Ready it with Fiora.
Exactly. One shot,
every time.
one shot, you win the game. I will say players have been cooking, looking for other ways of winning, and we'll jump into that when we do end up seeing the deck list, because there's a couple of tricky little ways. So that's the really quick way of telling you how it works.
Yeah, ironically, unlike the Lux deck itself, which is not quick at all.
No, it is a little bit Solitaire-esque, where you're like, I just need to draw through my entire deck in the first 3 turns.
And you need to be, it's very fragile in the sense of if you need to establish the loop first. And if you fail to do so, right, that is the way your opponent can now kind of have to punish you.
Yeah.
Be like, all right, are you really going through all the steps in the right way? And is there any moment for me to gunk up the gears? So
yeah, and there's minimal interaction in the early game, so a lot of people wonder, can you go quicker than it and come out ahead? There are a few different tools that people have been hypothesizing on ways to deal with it. If you're in purple, you can play invert timelines, for instance. Like, that's a way that it comes out. So it's not unstoppable. It's not the point where it's like, hey, you have to worry about this and everybody's going to be playing this deck, because there's quite a window in the first few turns where the deck just says, yeah, I'm drawing cards. That's all I'm doing. All I'm doing is I draw cards, I play cards that just fill my hand, and then suddenly, okay, cool, now I can do the thing on like turn 4 or turn 5.
And there is that momentum that it carried with us, where it really became very notorious in a very short timeline.
Yeah.
Where people were like, oh, should I be main decking interaction for this potential matchup?
I'm going to tell you straight up, no.
But that is the emotion that runs wild, right? Because it was everything that everyone was talking about.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Lux Infinite?
I really wish that I got to see their...
does that take into account the fact that
I really wish that I could see their back-end setup. We've got an
it's
iPad here and 2 Steam decks.
Still remaining. The decks, the matches are
wonder
only
what's
going
on
to
those.
get harder with players that are more savvy.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think the counterpart to that, though, is that any player that has made it this far is now very refined with the loop. One of the other things at competitive level that people that maybe have been trying this deck at home, if you, as I said, if you're terminally online, you may not quite be familiar with the idea of presenting a loop, because you actually don't have to play the loop out at a competitive level.
You have to establish it.
Exactly. You establish it, and you clarify with your opponent, like, hey, this loop will end at this point. Like, this is the moment at which I will win the game. And we're not going to force you to go through the motions of every single thing to end up winning the game. You just have to present the loop and then present your win condition. And at this stage, everybody knows, once you see the loop, you're like, yeah, cool, that's fine. Let's go to the next game.
It's part 1.
Yeah, it's part 1. Getting the loop is another factor. We'll talk about exactly the way that it works as we go into the game. I see our players are drawing their opening hands and mulligans, so we may end up going directly into the action.
Please.
I'm tentatively excited about this. As we're into the game. Sinan on the Lux against Pentastag on the Master Yi. Yi does have a decent amount of early game tempo. It's like you want to see a 2-drop, you want to see it get out onto the board.
And this is why I really like Sinan's battlefield selection. By running the paper tree that ramps both of you up, you both get to channel a rune when you hold it, really goes for it. And all right, do you want to score early points? Well, that will mean you're ramping me up as well.
So, of course, has access to, like, Call the Week and that type of thing. I'm interested now to see which version of the Lux deck this is, because I have seen a couple players in here. So we'll find another 2-drop as Pentastag even finds another early unit. So this is one of the ways that you can go under the loop and really talk about it. So I want to take a moment, if you don't mind, Bandit, of introducing the main cards that we're watching for in the Lux loop. So you're obviously looking for Forge of the Future as the first big key part. You essentially need a Forge of the Future in the trash, and then you need a second one in hand, and one is in hand. The other card, the next card, Sacrifice, is a really important way of not only drawing your way through the deck, but allows you to establish things back into hand. You're essentially getting all the way through your deck and refilling your hand to get these very specific cards. Shadows.
And most importantly, you can't really react to it.
Yes, exactly. It's very quick. Shadow's Call is the next one. It's going to allow you to, again, draw more cards, and also that temporary trigger is going to allow you, when units end up dying, you're able to get a little bit more from doing everything within one turn. And then the last one on top of that, as I am going through my notes, it is Echo, of course, is the last part, because you need to be able to untap all of your runes, get your energy back, and just keep looping, because in Riftbound, if you run out of energy, you basically run out of the ability to do things. So those are the cards that we're looking to establish in hand, and there is a very specific board state later on that we will look for. Sabotage on the Progress Day could very well be one of the things, which, as it's not one of the cards I talked about, seems strange, but you have to be able to loop the cards I was talking about, which means you need no other cards really in your deck other than one or two, just so that you don't end up drawing your deck out.
And
man,
because once you do it, you continue to draw cards, you're just donating points to your opponent.
And importantly, your deck would then get your trash shuffled into your deck, and you can't continue the loop.
Exactly. So that's why you really have to prioritize the Forge of the Future, because that makes it so you can select which cards are going back in your deck.
Yes, exactly that. So if it happens, which I will say, having a Progress Day now put to the bottom of the deck does make the ability for the Lux to play as quickly as you'd like. It makes it really quite tricky. But Yi is just going to be happy to tick the points up, keep going, keep moving forward, and keep the pressure on Sanan.
So what you have to prioritize on the Lux deck is it's all about you. It's all about
play
how
the
you
first
manage
mate
the early game with
to retreat from the paper tree,
to slow down your
saying
opponent.
that we don't get to
really
double
have
ramp.
To ponder that. Make sure
That's really
that,
cool.
all right, how many victory points would he gain from having that one turn earlier, and mull over your options like that. So the card sharp here, introducing more and more gold, safeguarding your runes available to you, are key pieces for the early game to kind of make sure you are reaching that 9 to 12 rune power spike, I'm going to call it.
Yeah, of course.
A challenge would be very, very strong here.
Because essentially the way that the infinite part comes through is every time you're trading like one recycle with the fact that you're going to end up channeling a rune. Like that kind of turnaround ends up being important. So every single time you're just neutral on those resources, but getting a recruit token for it and just generating constant recycle, lots of power into lots of energy. Energy into power, then into one of the ways out is a Renata Glass. There are a couple other win conditions that if we see them, I'll talk about them.
So it's all about getting to that point. And managing your gold will mean we're going to reach that a little bit faster. Yeah. Now, it's up to the Yi to already mount the pressure, and we are scoring both of the battlefields as quickly as we possibly can. Now, it is a little bit tricky to start leaving battlefields open, because in the loop, that is what they need also.
Yeah, that is true. This is the first time we're getting it on a featured match, so I'm interested to see the way through. So Sprite Burst is another card that can, of course, be a way out. It is another way of ending the loop by creating infinite units and just kind of like saying pass. One of the other ways that people have been playing it is around hand disruption as well, of saying like, hey, if I can just take all the cards out of your hand infinite times with the likes of Ash, that is a way to just say, I'm going to pass and I'm going to say I have 3,000 tokens on board. And I will just do it again the next turn, and then do it again the next turn.
That's a lot of temporary triggers.
It is, but you can do it every turn. You can just keep going. Just go again, go again.
So, from the Yi's point of view, you're going into this matchup, a matchup that you might have practiced here and there, but it's not your Diana matchup.
No, of course.
It's not the Yi mirror which you have grinded till oblivion. keeping your head cool. What are the keys that you are looking at? What are the key cards for Yi to really ramp up that tempo, not give a moment's rest?
Interesting not to kill the Poro.
I mean, the Sabotage has to be one of them in the moment that we've seen already. Just destroying the hand draw as much as the hand size and the ability to draw as much as possible. This is quite a stacked battlefield, so you can see that Sinan is having to scrap for this. I have to feel like Sinan probably hit a couple of Yis on the way here as well. So the amount of Yis that are in the room, you have to feel like probably it feels okay in this match. I think outside of that, the Lux isn't a deck that really wants to fight you very much. So I think there's a lot of things like the pump spells, that type of thing, that probably, I will say, we haven't had enough time to be totally experts on this, but I feel like you probably don't care too much if you're Lux about like Yi having things like discipline in hand or you know, anything like a punch first. You're probably not in most situations, unless you're only slowing the Yi down, like in this scenario, you probably don't mind too much.
Not really. Lux is really, in this iteration, a deck that walks to the beat of her own drum and will be trying to maintain that throughout the entirety.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to send in 2.
Move the pit rookie in.
On guard to give it +2.
And it kills.
Penta just trying to go through the battlefield.
I have to pay for the on guard. There we go. I saw one rune tapped. I was confused. Pass action.
Sure.
Let's kill your card shop and scout, please.
Yep, just clearing out the permanent units so that the temporary ones will end up falling at the beginning of the next turn.
Makes sense.
Is there an argument to be made?
First mate here.
Kind of no reason to score this point.
You kind of want to score as much as you can. But when they can reconquer it, that means that is another card they're seeing. It is very minor, but that is the scale of skill expression where you have to keep in mind. Is that one extra card really going to bring it all down?
It's a good question, and the Sunpwerks map is a card that I opened so many from this set, and I was like, I'm not going to play that card. Now I might end up playing that card. But it's one of the many tools that Sinan has in order to continue to draw. So, 2 sabotages.
And now is a very critical moment.
I think you get rid of the rally.
Lux is not at terminal velocity.
No, and far from it, to be totally fair.
Yi is starting to threaten game 1 when he gets the turn back from Sinan.
Yeah, I love that.
So, rally the troops goes, as that is one of the parts necessary later on. I mean, this deck, once you do get to the end of your deck, you're like, I've drawn everything I need.
And that is that point. It can get out of hand so quickly when you leave the Lux to be.
Pit rookie, and I'll buff my Master Yi. And I will end turn there. No cards in hand. You're
up to 6. I feel like Sinan has too much work to do at this point with 2 sacrifices in hand. 6 points for Pentastag already. This is one of the problems with this
Ruination?
Loop decks. Is if you can't draw your entire deck, it's really hard to establish the loop. You're relying on cards. I didn't see the top deck, but I'm seeing Ruination in the bottom right.
Yeah,
it did get drawn.
There's no such thing as a little bit infinite in Lux.
Yeah, exactly. The Ruination being drawn into hand is pretty important here. Sacrifice is going to end up taking out the Echo, give card draw, plus also, of course, ready the rest of the runes. So has Sinan drawn the option just in the nick of time with that Ruination?
Everything before these results.
You really have to. You really have to because the win is on the board currently.
Power.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the first real board wipes that hits everything in Riftbound is Ruination.
Stupefy over there.
-1 might...
Needs a target in order to stupefy. So doing it now before the Ruination is played.
Yeah, Ruination comes in.
6, 1, and 2.
It's not even waiting for a response. It's just defeated. All right, there they all go.
Draw
Yeah, I
from
mean,
Lux.
no chance there's a wind wall in the
Find
main
the
deck
Echo?
for
Wow.
Pentastag, so that is getting
Pretty good.
taken completely. So Sinan, is that enough? Is that enough? Because I haven't seen Penta's hand in a little while. 2 quick units would keep the game in Pentastag, like an untapped unit, you know, first mates, that kind of thing. May very well be enough, but it's going to be another sacrifice on the Echo.
And this is how the snowball starts rolling. Now, we are not looping just yet.
No.
So we are burning through our cards right now. If we cannot stabilize, kind of like nuclear fission, right, where the explosion keeps itself going.
Yeah. It's a forge.
It's a race to the bottom right now.
Into 1 draw. So the other one was Singularity that came out. So that's not what you want at this stage. You need to keep drawing at this point. Might be helpful next turn.
Promising future. Each player looks at the top 5 cards of their deck, choose one of them, puts it, play these cards.
There.
So sacrifice 2 Shadow's Call, Shadow, and this Forge. Okay.
So those are some of the important points of the combo, and there is still a Forge of the Future in the trash, which is necessary, because of course 1 now goes to it. You need to be able to loop them. One recycles the other, which recycles the first when you draw it again and play it.
Themselves out.
Exactly. That's one of the key parts of the loop, is you need that one there. Making sure they're the right way around. When 2 sacrifices come out, we'll know that we're at the bottom of the deck regardless. But Diligence in play is...
No pass.
Oh,
Kitty, you're so naked.
That is not what you want to see. But that does reek of Rengar. This reeks of Rengar from a mile away.
Okay, Sprite Burst.
Throw.
But we know there's also a Singularity in hand for Sinan, so this could end up being... If you move to the battlefield, is it just a bait? Oh, this...
I mean, if there's a prize defender there they're at 8, right?
But then you are just fine losing your unit, and you just say, okay, I'm going to Singularity you after the combat, right? So you're just like, hey, I want to bait the unit out of your hands so you don't have it for any time.
And this is the moment where it can get a little harder to deal with it, because Yi hasn't been spending the combat turn at any point in the game. You can only assume that that hand is filled to the brim with steroids.
I mean, at this point, it looked like it was so good for Penta, but Sinan drawing that Ruination at the right time.
Card? We're at 2, we pass?
Thinking about it.
So this really kind of highlights the dire straits that Pentastag is in. Because I believe it's his turn currently.
It is. It is. We are in Pentastag's priority in Pentastag's turn, and clearly did not draw an option that is viable at this point. Pass.
It really felt like the Rengar, but he's not getting there. No discipline's coming out either to see more cards.
The problem is you know Sinan has seen so many cards since, so playing a Rengar to base is going to get killed. You've already seen a color week. You know that there's things. Oh, and a progress day is going to be enough to draw more of the deck. Is just going to finally resolve. There's a Ruination. Wow, that Ruination.
And another
top
progress
deck for
day.
Sinan,
That's really good.
The perfect time to absolutely turn this game around. New players might say, hey, 6 points to 1 point. Like, this looks so favored for Yi. And maybe there's a narrow window to sneak through. But look at how much control Sinan has on the turn, where you sacrifice again. And we know that the sacrifices are being put back into the deck. So Sinan suddenly now has drawn like 10 cards since we thought it was a dire situation.
And this is that terminal velocity that we talked about, where it is really close to self-sustaining, and where they just keep drawing the answers. Even if they're not looping just yet, they can efficiently address any threats that are coming out whilst giving minimal openings for the Yi to take advantage of.
Draw 5.
I'm interested to see the end of the loop main board for this deck, because I think it's just a board state that says I have a crazy number of tokens, and I'm going to pass to you, and they're on a battlefield, and you can't do anything about it. And then the next turn, I'm going to do it again, and then the next turn, I'm going to do it again. And when I say crazy, when you define a loop, generally players will say, yeah, I'll make 1,000 or like however many. It doesn't matter. You'll make infinite. You'll make infinite, but you have to basically like
you do have to
define a number of like, hey, this is how many I can make, and I know you can't beat that.
And you know there have been moments where a lack of imagination have costed players the game. So don't be humble and say like, oh, I'll do 100. No. Please go for the 4 million.
Charm into the Rengar, takes out the card shop. If there was a way to get to the other battlefield, there's going to be a Zorn Warren's draw discard. Is there anything?
7.
Yeah, be first mate.
And trigger the Zorn Warrens, discarding my primal.
Discard draw, apologies, in that order. Is there anything that can take?
Use 1 power to hide a card and end my turn.
Okay, so Zhonya's. Zhonya's will save
the Rengar, but it's just not enough.
But we've seen Sinan having multiple options. Color Weak, if it's in hand, which I'm assuming it will be, eats the Scuttle Crab if you use it first. There's Ruination.
Color Weak.
Ruination.
Color Weak in hand.
Color Weak in hand, but you need to be able to. So you can Singularity Color Weak is the way to clear the board. And you look at the number of cards in hand. You're
like that is your problem right there. The options available right now are staggering. And even if only 20% of the cards in hand are not direct combo related, that's still going to be 5 to 6 options available to you.
Yeah. And now it's just a case of looping into the end state of the game for Sinan. Can't quite see how many cards are left in deck.
Results.
And that is an important part. Sinan at some point will, if you can't already see it, will
We've gotten to the bottom. That was the
just to make sure that as
first
you draw for
sabotage.
the loop, that you don't end up decking out.
Because being a single point away, the slightest misstep here,
that would be, yeah.
Not to
I think we got like 6 cards left in
take
deck.
away from any of these players. But I don't think Pantastack will be giving a backseat on that one.
7.
6. Okay.
We play the progress day and we lose? Oh, okay.
6 and 6.
I'll respond with Zonya's Hourglass. I will trigger my Scuttle Crab for the biggest note-taking session you've ever seen in your life.
Draw card from Lux.
Yes. Wait. What happens first? Death Knell or draw?
Say again?
Which happens first, the Death Knell or the draw?
Draw first.
Okay.
So, of course, with the Skull Crab falling,
hand,
will be a reveal as Penta's going to look through. I wouldn't be surprised to see a concession here as soon as he sees a Color Weak. Counting the amount of removal that's left.
Understood.
Oh, look, it doesn't end. It doesn't end. I thought for a moment he was looking at his trash.
Not going to even begin to write that down. It's like, you have your whole board. Yeah, it doesn't even do it. You're like, yeah, fine. We also saw Pantastack count the number of cards left in Sinan's deck. So saying, okay, I know that this turn, this second, you aren't there, but I get one more turn.
Yeah. Ruination
don't really know what
at the right time was crazy.
Are left. Pass, and now it's just up to Sinan to demonstrate the position to be in the loop.
Because how many more opportunities will Sinan be given?
And
how many more does he need?
You know, I know it sounds... I mean, it doesn't matter, but I was going to say this won't end the game this turn, of course. We are limited by the having to score both battlefields every single game. But once Sinan demonstrates it once...
no Renata is so interesting.
I'm pretty sure Pantastack is just going to say, yeah, there's literally nothing in this deck that is going to bypass infinite sprites.
And as Pantastack, you also kind of have to keep in mind that you are on the clock.
Yeah.
If you want another game to be clutching here, you kind of don't want to stay too long in a losing game.
just the Sanan's like near perfect amount of interaction in the early game of just to take out a couple of units and slow Pentastag down into that ruination.
And it does come in ready.
Rally the troops, triggers and buff.
Sure.
I'd like to react.
Sure.
Discipline on Echo, please.
Yes.
Guess one more
Think we
draw.
drew a charm?
Didn't see it, but don't think there's too much that'll help from this situation.
Float 2.
Okay.
Top 12.
No problem.
Float 1. Float the power.
Okay, so
whilst Sanan is moving things along, I think like the one miraculous out is like a double Rengar turn.
I don't think we're here. I think we are actually into the first loop. As typically when you see the float the rune, float the power, is pretty much the moment. Without knowing the exact number of cards, it's rally the troops again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Draw.
Yep.
Pay 1.
Then it should be Forge, right? Is the next step because you recycle back in. Oh, it's okay. Lecturing Yordle.
Yeah.
And that was the last card.
So Forge has to come. You have to recycle back into the deck at this point.
Make a guy. Use the Forge.
And James, I'm not feeling too well.
I'm gonna return these 3.
Not sure about you, but I'm feeling a bit loopy.
I'll let Sanan walk us through.
Okay, and I'm gonna explain the loop to you.
Yes, I would like you to. So I'm just making sure that I get it right. So Forge puts back, Forge, Shadow Call, and Sacrifice. And just shuffle that for you.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna draw all of them. Can we show them so it's gonna be more clear for everyone?
If you're gonna draw it anyway, just do it.
Okay. 5 for Echo.
Echo.
Sacrifice.
Yep.
Gonna float 1.
Yep.
Gonna float another 1. Float the power.
Okay.
Channel. Draw 2.
Alright.
And then I will use Shadow Call here to draw the other 2.
Okay.
I'm from here, just repeat. Do this again, make another guy. Use it, return the same 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Then play Echo, which is 5. And the power. Play 2 Shadow Call on Echo. That's gonna draw me 2 cards. And then sacrifice after on Echo, which is gonna draw me the other 2 cards, which are gonna be these 4.
Okay.
So I'll draw these 4. Get to untap everything.
There is a point to this because you generate infinite energy.
Rinse and repeat
And
from here for infinite energy.
A second loop of generating infinite power by you have copies typically
and
of
this loop
retreat.
every time is gonna.
This is loop 1 of 3.
Yeah. I heard the sequel is not as great as the first one, but the third part makes it all up for
The important part is then you make power by retreating your recruits or lecturing Yordle.
Played Echo, this and this, to draw the 4, which is Echo plus the other 3, and these 2 are played, go there. And every time I do this loop, I will generate 1 energy. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah?
That is correct.
I'll generate 1 million energy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, conservative, just 1 million.
Yeah, 1 million.
Only 1 million. 1 million energy.
Yes, the token. Sanan.
That's incredible.
That
yeah,
it's
bring us to the power.
An arbitrary number. It's written on the card. So 1 million energy.
Retreat this guy. Float the power.
Then you do the loop, and I can't wait for this.
Infinites of these guys as well. Okay, there's 1 million of them.
1 million
okay?
tokens, understood.
There's 1 million tokens.
Now that is what I call a power play.
And because you're floating, eventually.
Play that.
Yeah. Because you'll channel rune every single, like at the end, you float one at the end of the loop, and then you'll generate an additional power for each time the loop happens. I wonder what number Sinan has picked for infinite power.
1 million power.
It is another loop. I'll show it to you.
Oh,
would you like to?
I mean, demonstrate, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna draw 3 cards with this. This on one of the 1 million tokens, and this to make 2 sprites, which is gonna draw me another card.
Oh. Okay, it's important. Sorry, yeah. The power version is the Renata version.
Yeah, sure.
This is just to make sprites and take control of the battlefield. Apologies.
I'll retreat on the Yordle.
All right.
Floating a power.
No, it is okay.
Channeling. That's gonna make me another power.
Yeah.
This is used. This goes to my hand.
Yeah.
Then I will use Forge.
Yeah, okay.
Return this, and this.
Yes.
Play Yordle and Shadow Call on the Yordle to draw 3.
Yeah.
I'll draw these 3.
Okay.
I'll play on the Yordle and make a power. So I can do this infinite times.
Yes, yep.
I'll make 1 million.
Yep, 1 million power. There it is.
Power.
There it is. 1 million power. Unlimited power.
Well, I don't have yet.
But actually 1 million. Millionaires at this point. Now demonstrate the third loop.
And this is going to be the most important one.
Unchecked power.
Because what is incoming will be demonstrative of the killing blow.
Yeah, that's what you need to see. At the end of any loop, you have to show how the game ends.
Shadow Call one of the tokens.
Sure.
To draw 3.
Because currently, if they were to keep going like this, the Yi is up in points, so that...
Get this.
Which, to be fair to Pentastag, he hasn't seen the Renata Glass in this deck list because it's not main board. So you must demonstrate a game-winning loop.
One of the tokens. Draw 3 cards from Lux. Draw these 3. And then repeat this 1 million times with the same 3 cards.
Yeah, sure.
So I make infinite of those.
Infinite tokens, yeah.
Right.
The thing is,
like 1,000.
Sure.
If Penta spots that the end of the loop results in Sinan having no cards in deck, and Sinan passes and comes back to turn, that would therefore attempt to draw a card, right? If you're not winning this turn, is there a window to deck out? If
if you have...
Sinan does not structure the deck at the right way at the end, you have to imagine he will, right?
If you have a Force of the Future, you're good to go. No?
As long as you end the loop in that state.
Yeah.
Is my point. You have to pass the turn at some point.
But you have to be mindful.
Exactly.
There's no room for error.
Fourth card of my choice, which could be any. Let's say this one. Then I'll use this on 2 of my tokens to draw 4.
Yeah. Cool.
Right? So I have an extra card I don't need. +3. This is that. Then I can do the same. This Forge returns these 3.
Yeah.
And these 2 cards draw me these 3. And then when I do it, I can return as many cards as I want from my trash to my hand.
Yeah, sure.
So I'll return everything.
Sure.
Except for any 3 cards. Doesn't matter. This goes to my hand.
There's a white card in there.
Yeah.
Oh, Lux, of course.
So at this point, I think this purely comes from the iteration and not having the Renata Glask in the main deck. Because I'm sure Pentastag is familiar with the original loop that we saw. I know people have been talking about it a lot.
People have been adapting and trying to innovate. And despite the fact that the Renata version is very...
I will just say, TCG historians know that players have won games by presenting an infinite loop and not having the winning condition accidentally in their deck.
Yeah.
That has happened historically, so I don't blame Pentas for saying, I haven't seen your win condition yet.
They are just making Sinan play by the rules set out. The judges are next to it, vigilant on exactly just that.
I think if Penta had seen a Renata Glask, the concede would have happened.
But they haven't presented a game-ending.
Exactly. You presented an impossible board state. Apologies for talking over. I didn't see how many sprites actually ended up.
Right.
900,099?
Well, it's every unit at this point now. The nod of the head from Penta saying, okay, so you are just going to stack.
All right. Cool.
And this is the thing, is the turn has passed. There are cards in deck, so Sanan is going to be able to lock this up. But
stop the time. I think we had a 14-minute turn. Not quite 1 million, but it's getting up there.
How many million recruits?
Well,
I mean, surely there's no out, right?
Temporary dice.
Yep.
Because now the recruits just like 500,000 move to one battlefield, 500,000 move to the other.
Yes. Temporary dice. Draw.
I guess if we're being pedantic, a few have been retreated.
Yeah, that's not a clear game state anymore, is it? we kid. Obviously.
Get these 3 back.
I will say,
but aren't you getting nervous as you just with the time remaining? Or are we really banking on a slight misstep?
10,000 of those there.
Sure thing.
5.
I think it's important to note what's on the line here.
And 10,000 here.
Top 64 is on the line. And being 8-1 at this moment means you are still alive for it.
Definitely.
I will play a discipline on my rune runner and draw a card.
And the problem is Sanan has not demonstrated a game-winning loop. It is an impossible board state.
I'll let my turn.
But a game win right now, it is not. I mean, you still need another of Sanan's turns to happen, which is fine. You just move the units and pass. But
yeah, like that's the point. The extra fireworks of winning in a single turn are nice and all.
Yeah.
But like we said before, it doesn't matter if you win in 100 turns or in 2.
Yeah, there we go. We are going to game 2 from Pentastack. So yeah, getting to the point at which the game actually was over. Sanan does have options in the sideboard of ways to end the game on that turn. It is a little bit of the clunkiness of a loop that does not end the game. Is if you're not presenting a demonstratable game-winning loop, your opponent, to some extent, is able to say, yeah, show me.
Yeah.
Keep going. Like, get there.
Okay, you have the units and you're just going to win through holding. That is fine. But you're going to have to go through every step. There's no shortcuts here.
Many players would scoop. If you're like, hey, I just don't want to... Sure, you've got it.
Yeah.
You are within your right to see the end of the game come through. We knew there's nothing in Penta's deck that will actually turn that back around.
Penta's deck is just keeping Sanan honest. Just like, all right, just show me that you can win the game. I did, and now we're moving on.
I don't think we need not so fast flavor text in this deck, just as the name of the card, because if that was fast, I don't want to see slow.
That was a blistering speed. I'm not sure about you, but...
Yeah, the sabotage is likely to come in, you would imagine. Again, I felt like the start from Penta was almost as good as it was going to get. Things like sabotaging the progress day initially out of hand, removing it from there was an important moment.
Despite running into an early Calder week, right? And we saw how, I mean, in the end, despite the fact that Sanan did snatch back that game, the margin was thin.
Yeah.
On 7 points, if you brick a single turn or that Calder week at the very beginning wasn't played, that is the margin of error you're working on. And in those early turns where Lux hasn't acquired all of the options yet of interaction, not all of the ruinations in hand yet, that is the time where you have to capitalize on a restrained Demacian pupil.
Yeah, that is fair to say. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on this beautiful Sunday morning.
On Loop Watch.
Loop lots of cards. I will say, it's a deck that we've only really seen for a week. we here in Europe and North America haven't really seen it at a competitive level. This is the first opportunity
this is the big
for
test.
it to actually come out. So we are also learning the different variations with you alongside. We hear from testing partners, we hear from the teams, we hear little snippets of things, but actually seeing it happen in a day 2 scenario is a very different beast where people are running different variations.
And unlike many of other iterations, I feel like the Loop Play have been playing their cards relatively close to the chest. Lots of foreboding statements out there, but none of them really keen to tip their hand too early.
Yeah.
This element of surprise, which is diminished a little bit with all the exposure it had before, but these new iterations, you do want to verify what you're working with, and the fact that we haven't seen Renata just yet, could that be a tip-off for Entesec to be like, what am I really facing?
So a lot of people are running it in the sideboard just for like, hey, I'm going to run out of time, so I need to end the game.
So walk me through, why don't we just main deck it for the first one?
That is a great question. I'm assuming it's something to do with like the reliability of it. I know people, for instance, are. Yeah, you know what? I actually don't have an answer to that. I'm not even going to try and make one up. No. It's totally fine. This is one of the things I was thinking through of like, is it that it's vulnerable if it's a one-of? And then I'm like, no, because it just goes back in the deck and you just draw it and you loop into it again. Yeah, it's a really good question. I would love to hear potentially from Sinan.
Yeah, well, now I'm kind of wanting to win, so Barrett can ask it
variation. I was talking to some of the team at Challenger who have a different variation on this as well. I will say that it's not an easy loop to appreciate if it's a different variation or something like that and you're seeing it for the first time. Once you have it in your head, you're like, okay, I kind of understand. Explaining it is another thing. But of course, being at this level, you have to be able to explain it to your opponent and demonstrate it. But it's not intuitive to say, yes, I'm going to win the game from this position, though. I think at the point where you're like, oh, I'll create 1 million energy.
Yeah.
Tends to be like, okay, I see where we're going.
I have 2 gigantic cannons now.
Ooh, and they're not cannons, but they're 2 progress days in hand. That is good for the card draw, but
bad for early game.
Gotta get there.
And
get there.
You don't necessarily want to put them on the bottom either.
Yeah.
No, it's okay too.
Did we catch a look at what went out of hand? I know there was a Promising Future, which is a card we don't see too much in hand, Sinan, which if we see it, we will end up.
First mate, pretty good. Let's be a little aggressive on our
in hand early on.
turns. We definitely need a 2-drop.
To interfere with Sanan's plans is small. It comes in the early game, and you're not really closing it, you're merely delaying it.
No 2-drop from Penta.
Oh.
Both progress days kept in hand. Sinan must have drawn it off. Sinan ends up with some stupefies, wasn't able to utilize them on Sinan's turn. So we're essentially like half a turn behind for Penta from where you'd
stupefy the Poro. Stupefy the Lux.
And we saw how it ended when he did find the turn 1 play. So needed every little boost he could get in the early game. So this will definitely leave a bitter taste. Once again, we are lacking a bit of the extra card rotation through a Zaan's Warrens. So the amount of cards you will see will be limited.
First Mate Starspring combination, however, is going to get
love
Lonely
this.
Paro over
Scored
to
a
the
2.
Treasure Hoard in order to score to the
We
second
now have 1, 2,
point.
3 turns.
And Sinan's next
to
turn is
win the
likely to
game.
just be Progress Day. Or at least it is an option. There is a Sabotage in hand. A challenge
and your Lux, please.
played.
And just pushing Sanan back whenever they can. No, you're not getting that extra energy.
There is the Sabotage. One of those Progress Days likely hitting the
Headed to the
recycle.
bottom. It's actually probably Call of the Week. Because we need to keep our board state, right?
This is the moment where you really wish you weren't seeing a second Progress Day.
Nah, I think Call of the Week is actually the right call.
Do you, at this point, try and defend
Well,
your
I guess
own
Progress Day will draw
by
you a
taking
Cola
out the
Week.
Cola Week. So you can keep holding on. You can keep the tempo going at the very least.
I think you might be more scared of Progress Day into the following turn, Singularity or Ruination. Like, Cola Week on its own, it's a little bit slowing down Pentastag, but I think you need to cut that card draw. You need to keep Sanan's options. To be frank, and maybe it's not as definite as I'm saying it, if Sanan had not drawn into Ruination in the last game, the very last opportunity to play it, Pentastag basically had that game wrapped up, right? That had to be exactly like the ability to clear both boards. So maybe there was like another Singularity there, but the card draw is so key in this early game. And Sanan, will it be like Card Sharp, which came off the top, or will it be Progress Day? It could just be Stupefy into double check the option, just in case it was a Singularity. Then it's Progress
no reason
Day.
It's not Progress Day now. I
With
don't
the
think the
remaining
card shops are
energy.
doing anything.
Yeah, let's draw 5, shall we?
So saying, yeah, okay, my opponent's going to go up to 4. Now Pent is in an awkward situation.
Elaborate.
So you want to play out more units to protect from a Singularity, but if you play out all your units and a Ruination has come off the top, you're one turn away after that. Sanan cannot Ruination on the next turn, unless he's got a way of killing Echo and going neutral and getting 1 extra energy, maybe. I would have to take a look exactly.
Those margins are thin, though.
Yeah, they're very, very thin. It would have to be an exact way of weaving together cards.
That would mean that Sanan is really
I mean, Echo
fearful.
Sacrifice does it, right?
And he has time.
Passes. Has the 2 units, did not develop a board into it, so potentially playing around the same thing. But then you're hedging your bets at that point. You're like, if my opponent has this exact answer, how do I play? And you know, I mentioned, I joked about Not So Fast not being an option, but actually, if you're protecting against Singularity, that might be one way in. As Singularity would be a way of preventing that.
You are not
But it doesn't do
fully
anything to
equipped
loot. Yeah.
to combat this iteration of Lux. So every small little bit of help you can get can be the difference maker. We saw how close it was in the previous one.
Yeah. Card chop into Sumpworks map. When an opponent scores, draw 1. And I think the question is going to be, are you drawing 1 or drawing 2 on the hold?
I'll draw 2.
They're 2.
I know. I'm just saying that it's a no. I was just gonna say that was like the question that Pente is gonna ask, and Sanan says, "I'll draw 2." It's one of those things where, yeah, I draw 2.
It just goes to show that I thought it's always about me.
Actually, I'll leave that there.
Leaving it there, is that potentially a sign of like saying, hey, if you do contest this battlefield, I'm gonna Rengar is one option.
The harder you make it for your opponent, the more possible game states they have to take into account, the better your position is going to be. But despite Pentastag sitting on 6 points, I am not confident. You are not comfortable right now.
We were in this stage in the last game. If this is Ruination off the top, that's heartbreaking.
We already drew it.
You are rooting against Sanan. It's not. Is there one in hand? I didn't quite catch that, but it looked like there might have been one in hand actually for Sanan already.
And shuffle more nervously, please. I mean, usually at the table, I'm not a fan of hand shuffling, but cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, there's already one there. I think that means at this point it's tricky to play out from here. Sanan, I think, is trying maybe to bait out the Rengar, bait out the options. Pentastag plays into it as well, and I think that's exactly what Sanan wants, because it's like, sure, you can go to 7, you can score this battlefield. That's fine, because 7 does not win you the game. Ruination, is there a wind wall or anything that's come in? No, it's not. And there's no way of taking that down, and 3 units will fall to the Ruination, and it's a repeat of game number 1. As Sanan is going to crush through the units of Pentastag and now have full control on the board, despite having 0 points. Pentastag at 7.
And the painful reality that Pentastag is facing is that almost winning is also fully losing.
At this point now, are there options? Are there enough ways?
I bet that there's just things happening in hand,
finishing either his turn or Sanan's turn with units on board to hold for a point. There is a disarming rake in hand. There's another unit. So Pentas are saying, I'm going to force you to have another Ruination or another Singularity. The Master Yi, of course, in hand as well. Has a Pit Rookie.
I think you
an
like
Akshan, a disarming rake.
Probably just
like,
Pit Rookie
here. This is a little bit better than the last game, but they have to stick. And the problem is Sanan has been drawing into options to take them out.
They have been acquiring more and more cards throughout.
Because the more cards that we play onto the board, the more units we like. We play 2 units every turn.
A fine line, but
it is
like a tightrope walker, never losing.
I don't think that we can both play the Singularity and do the Echo combo stuff on the same turn, because we need the runes to like ready back and go wild with it.
And that does show what's on the mind.
I think the third one is incorrect though.
Looking for what's already been used, what's been churned through. So Singularity obviously does enough to prevent Pentastag from outright
maybe
conquering both battlefields on the following turn.
Maybe 3 is the right call, so you can come and conquer and attempt to hold.
It's a lot of the pieces of the puzzle, but not a lot of removal. So now it's down to Sanan to say, okay, how do I get there?
And the moment Sanan asks for time left, you're going to have to assume that he's going through mind. If I lose this game, there's not a good shot of me winning the third one in time.
I think that's a Renata Glask in hand, though, for Sanan, which would mean the sideboard plan of bringing in Renata Glass Mastermind to win with the infinite combo on the same turn.
Draw 2 is fine.
And that is where the overtime turns are benefiting the Lux here.
Oh, massively, yeah.
Because they're...
You only need to get into one of them to lose, and then it's fine. You can take as long as you want, but preferably not that long.
Preferably, unless you're called Sanan and you'd like to go 9-on-1.
Preferably, you just reveal like the 8 cards in the Renata Glask and say, hey, you saw half of this in game 1. Now here's the actual game-winning part. But again, Sanan has to draw through a lot of the deck, but at this point, the Echo is going to assist, allow the Awakening of the Runes already.
We are in Singularity range right now, so at least calm a bit.
Do we have one in hand? Yet. I don't see one. Looks like two
bonus energy
top recently.
Drawing second Ruination would be pretty dope.
Glass, but it actually looks more like Ash. It might be the other version of this deck. They are tucked in there. And I do think the foiling is beautiful on these cards, but sometimes when there's a lot of Scenics, it can be a little trickier.
Pay to
getting the pawns
kill this
position.
guy as well.
This is all about drawing now. It's just having a target to be able to say, yep, draw 2 cards. I need to see more. I need to see more.
Now we will float. Oh, it gives it temporary. It doesn't actually kill it yet. 1 to put this back in our hand and make a rune. Okay. I missed the fact that we still had a rune deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Come up with something rather quickly.
2 off.
Echo goes back to
another Echo.
That might be the saver. You have the energy for the sacrifice.
Yep, sacrifice. Then Echo's going to let you do it again, and you're just looking, just digging. There's one. They got to be in there somewhere.
Channel. Red 2.
1, 2. No ruination yet.
Or 30 minutes. So you said 30 before.
Oh, Sanan heard 30.
Out of 13, yeah.
Instead of 13 is my point. Sanan understood as 3-0. That's not the same. As Sanan is just not finding the answers. There is the Renata Glask in hand, Sprite Burst as well. So now how many options are in there to draw? There is a progress day, but if you progress day and don't have the Echo on the back of it,
exactly,
you can't Singularity following it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There has a decision to be made. Sanan either has to decide, I am not there yet, I need to survive, rather than acquiring more pieces of the puzzle.
Which would be a holding strategy, like getting onto the battlefield with like sprites, but does that do it? Are there shadows calling? You know, you've got to spend some units, so it's progress day. into looking for an option.
So now we are in that similar position where Aurora players are, where they can't find Aurora, but that is...
in hand, but is there a way to actually get to play them? Because there's no echo, there's no way of re-looping, right? So the echo is now in hand. This is what you wanted to see on the last thing of drawing. Scoops it up, and Sinan is going to get taken to a game 3 by Penta, and now the timer ticks. And the really important thing, the absolutely vital thing, is we go into overtime rules is what we're looking at. If Penta can establish a 2-point lead and the loop is not found in the 3 overtime turns, then Penta will advance, and this Lux deck does not take points early.
That is what we've seen throughout. Game 2 ending a dollar short and a day late. Now it is time to regain the tempo. And you can see the nervousness. We saw before the little shaking of the hands. What a disastrous turn. You saw how close that was. We saw how fine the margins were in game 1. And now there's no time to lose.
Wow, that's...
Is there a way to pivot? Do we throw out the combo knowing we can't acquire it in time and just fully bank on sprites?
That looked like thinking about a singularity out. I didn't see what went in instead. You saw Sinan contemplate it. There is a not so fast in the now post-sideboard deck from Pentastag.
I believe they had one main deck.
Okay, cool. I will say that the deck we showed coming into this was correct. The deck list was correct. Yep. Just the name. Sometimes there's a discrepancy in the data of usernames, and I know Penta is Pentastag.
And here you can see that Sinan is like, right, let's get going. He can't wait to get all the turns he possibly can out of this game. He will need every single one of them.
Yes, and this is the downside. I appreciate, I'm sure people will be of split opinion over playing the loop out in game 1.
It's
but without seeing the Renata. If Renata is in the main board, you just say, yeah, sure, got it. All right, let's go. But you have to get to a point where it's just like, so you're at 0 points or 1 point. You're going to pass, okay?
Playing the regional qualifier is more than about just playing the cards in hand and the resources on you. Managing energy, both in the game, but also in yourself, to play over 2 days. Managing the clock. Setting yourself up in the most favorable positions. This is where it all comes together for Pentastag.
Penta now on to start at peak. Aspirant's Climb is not going to particularly matter. I doubt Pentastag is going to get 2-9. It is just a case of getting high enough on the board, like just getting enough points to go past Sinan's.
The one change from here on out is this is the first time Pentastag is not going first.
Yeah. That is very true. Does have a 2-drop in hand, though. That's really important for the pace of this match. Now, Sinan... going first. Has to create some presence, stupefy, retreat, forward, pass. Cull Weak is going to help. Is there a defy in hand?
Yes.
It's Lux. It's the importance of just having a unit.
We need dig-in. We need more energy. We need those progress days ready and up and running.
Now, Penta's options are multiple units or the Yi. What is the direction for this turn? Are there multiple units to play out? Start to peak will at least help on the hold. That is what the Master Yi is going to want to do. There are multiple units. It can't play both of them, but at least you know there's some protection potentially.
But that is the big one.
3 for
both have first mate.
Him.
Readies the
Moving
Paro.
back. Let's charm.
Is this now a charm?
Well.
Yeah, charm. Bring the Lux in. Gets the Master Yi legend ability, of course. Passes the turn. So, first point scored.
Up to
Not
6.
enough to take this if we were to go to
top
overtime.
Progress day at the top is huge. Let's draw 5 cards. See
in
what we can
hand
get.
for Sinan. It's just a flat progress day saying I need to get to my loop in the next 4 minutes so that we can go into overtime and I can establish control in one of those 2 potential turns that Sinan would have.
We saw how, from seemingly nothing, Sinan can build up an army and strike.
Hold to 2.
Yes.
Trigger started peak.
Yes.
Channel 2.
Startup trigger happens obviously before the channel. That's why just sequencing the start of turn.
Yeah, move the Poro in, man.
Conquer to 3.
Holds to 2, now conquers to 3. So now the game will be active for Penta. If we end overtime in the current score point, a point score, I should say, Pentastag would end up taking it. That is a pass now. Sinan, Forge of the Future. This is mostly to get a body and to draw, you would imagine. Because we haven't seen anything like a singularity come through. This is like trying to desperately... The thing is, Ruination is going to hurt you as well in this situation, so it's purely about draw, 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 draw. How do I get through my deck quick enough?
We are stuffing our bag with as many cards as we can, so that when we go camping in our overtime turns, we are as well prepared as we possibly can.
And Sinan is trying to just get these sequences done.
If we don't crack this right now, we're just going to steal it with
basically 40 cards.
And
then it's over.
For Pentastag for not slowing down at this point.
He doesn't have it.
Trying to play for the win still.
Yeah, thinking about the plays, obviously taking the time to think about it, but after an extremely long game 1, now saying, hey, I need to keep pace, I need to keep going forward, and Pentastag will score up to 5. Again, the point does... Whose line is it anyway? Because the points don't matter at this point. Unless
the rules are definitely not made up, though.
Penta can get... Yeah, no, the rules are absolutely in force. If Penta is able to get to 9, then yes, the points matter. But the entire point about this motion is when we get into overtime, it's either Sinan wins with the loop combo or Pentastag wins this match.
And facing the sabotage right now, you're going to have to at least think through.
I think you get rid of the draw card.
It'd be like, all right, what has he been doing up to this point?
I think Sprite Burst doesn't matter. Draw. You've got units you're allowed to play.
Slow it down? Even
I think you just get rid of the draw.
It matters, like we saw in the previous turn.
When there is, 3, 5, 8, 11 cards in hand, you are entitled time. Writing it down. You're entitled time to think, is what I was going to say. Writing it down just to keep the information is perhaps another thing, but Sinan recognizes that the only way through this game is to draw the entire deck. Penta knows the same thing. There's no singularity. You gotta just take the card draw. You would imagine. Oh, he's saying can't be this, can't be this, can't be this. Maybe he's trying to take some of the bodies. It's either the Shadow's Call or the Sprite Burst.
Because with the Sprite Burst, you can start fighting back. Up to a certain extent.
True.
Though you do have to contest with the Yi passive, of course.
Gives the Sprite Burst back. It is Shadow's Call. 59 seconds on the round. I will say, as always with feature matchups, yes, our timer is ticking. The judges at the table are the ones that will tell our players exactly the exact moment that overtime begins. So if we go to 0, and there's a little bit of...
So we need to keep track of the hand of Sinan. Are the pieces there yet? The most
the
important
Ruination,
piece.
but it's too late, surely.
We are looking for echoes
exactly.
right now.
You're looking for draw plus echoes. That's the problem. The problem is it doesn't do enough on its own.
Yeah, Ruination comes in.
It does slow Pentastag to, when we're in overtime, not get to 9, probably.
And on the next turn, you do have the sprites available. If you can get up to maybe 3 or 4, at least you can force how to draw that way. But the pivoting of plans, it means that all those earlier turns are not really getting the result that we've wanted. You have to pick a lane at a certain point.
Draw Akshabi is so sick, dude.
Turns or
0, 1, 2, 3, right? Okay. Turn 0 on me, then you have 1 turn, 2, 3. Okay.
So that's saying that Pentastag's turn is turn 0. 0 means this is the last kind of like regular turn.
After this one, we start counting down.
Sinan will have 1 turn, then Penta will have a turn, and then Sinan will have the final turn of the game. And importantly, now the time is off. These are untimed turns. So everything about decision-making and the amount of time, and that's...
I think he's going to write these ones out?
Well, most of them are already written down, right? So it's just new information. But that was what I was going to say, is anything here is now pure decision-making, purely thinking through.
And that is shifting gears for the players as well, because you've been rushing, trying to get as much out as possible, and now you have to take a few deep breaths.
You heard Pentastag say no ruination, right? And I think also clocking the echoes being missing means we're now drawing into untapping. You have to draw into answers, so Penta feels a little bit safer to play out units, plays one, and we'll just say pass. Stupefy Rally is probably not what Sinan specifically was looking for. However, Stupefies are a cheap way of at least seeing one more. Is that enough?
He is guaranteed one more turn.
Yeah.
After this one. So we can set up this entire turn. Because at this point, trying to get a draw out of it is simply not feasible. It's all or nothing.
There's a really important card in hand that I haven't mentioned up until this point, and I realize it was the card that I was misrecognizing in the previous game, and that is Fiora Worthy, which is important to buff up the Renata to be able to untap it, like ready it and move it to the battlefield. Apologies for missing that on the previous game. That is exactly what was in hand. I wasn't quite able to sneak a vision of it, but it is there. Thank you to our team behind the scenes for displaying it as well. It's an important part on the Renata combo to be able to get that.
And you got to keep setting up as Sinan. Pull the trigger too early, and it's a blank.
Good morning.
Pull the trigger too late.
The games are going fine.
You're giving the game
We're
away.
watching Loop Lux fumble through, I think, a loss here.
So this is
their first game took too long.
Of overtime.
Correct. After this one, Pentastag gets another, and Sinan will finish out the game.
That's a lot of cards left in Sinan's deck. That is a lot of cards, like more cards left than you would like.
Still no echo.
Stupefy, trying to get just the last little look. Finds a sacrifice.
That is one piece.
It's a piece of the puzzle, but Sinan will get to draw off that. If it's an echo off the top to get sacrificed, then that...
That annoys me, but that's a me issue.
It's a different...
I hate being played at. It's not very interesting, that's for sure. And all it takes is like getting rid of Forge the Future,
maybe one or
like,
two
get
more
rid of
looks
it.
with the other Stupefies.
And it's like over, right? And like nobody's like excited to play Forge. Like it's job of like recycling cards from your rival's deck, disco pop back in their deck is like
which means we're now
isn't used
or lose for Sinan on the final turn. It is possible, I believe, from this situation with the cards in hand. If an echo comes off the top, I think it's the last piece.
I had to play it on Friday. For my only round, I get to play on Friday. Oh, that is annoying, Fuzzy, for sure.
There is a not so fast in hand, but that doesn't do anything to the loop.
This Lux player decided not to play the Renata in game one though, and it kind of cost him. You like burned an extra 5 minutes
energy in the
by having to like play the game.
That also explains why Pentastag was double checking why Sinan was where Sinan was targeting.
I did win, but I was so annoyed and I lost
Sinan
my cool for a second. Oh no!
Because not so fast has to be your own unit, right? But it would deny a draw. So the ready into hand progress day. Is there enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Are they on 12 routes?
There would be enough, right?
They're
Echo
not on 12.
and a sacrifice.
That would make 12.
Oh, there's an echo on the very first card.
There's one left.
Oh, they're one short.
But the Iron Bush, I think, is what saved me. Oh, that's awesome.
I don't think...
I have a sinking feeling, James.
Is there another way? Is there another way to draw? There was Stupefies there, right? So Progress Day is not the only option. You could just sacrifice one of your other units and say, okay, we're gonna get into it. A Promising Future, a card we have not seen in this matchup. They're gonna look at the top 5 of their main deck, choose one, recycle the rest. Starting with the next player, each player plays these cards.
This is one energy cheaper. If they hit the echo,
choose, but then you play it first.
we move on.
Oh, right. So
you choose at the same time.
Sure. So I just look right and reveal.
You heard Sinan say we choose at the same time, but you play it first.
There's an echo.
There he is.
There is an echo.
An echo. Is there enough on the back end of this combo?
Yeah, for sure.
And Penta has to play first. It's mostly units, not so fast can't be played in this situation, of course.
I mean, it's just
so
Ruin
it's
Runner, right?
Ruin Runner or Rengar.
Now that I've seen it, I don't think it's bad, but man, you get surprised by it and not great. Oh, for sure. I mean, that's every loop deck.
Sanahan says
that's every consistent loop deck in every card game ever.
This is the last turn.
Yee's cool. Yee plus Rengar is a little cringe, and like how it interacts.
It's okay. I didn't do anything. You can go. Yep. You can put a bottom.
So Sanan. We'll see Penta reveal.
I do feel way consistent. It is way consistent.
Play Echo.
Plays the Echo. Surely that's
card from Lux.
Got to be enough, right? Yes. We know there's a progress day in hand. So Sanan is going to eventually end up sacrificing the Echo.
And there are more Echoes laying in wait.
Exactly. And that's going to be enough to draw through. Promising Future, a card that is not played in the majority of the meta. Pretty much this is the only time I've seen it played at this level.
Okay.
Is looking promising for Sanan's future being
ready.
A win in round 10.
5. Grab these. Do this.
One more time.
Draw card.
We have the energy.
Draw card. Oh, the second Echo.
And this is where the adaptation has to be Renata out of the sideboard for the overtime rounds, because if this was the same strategy as game 1, Sanan would not be able to win. But Renata Glask can win on the same turn you loop by utilizing Renata Glask Mastermind's
this is the last turn of the game
to score a point by recycling. I believe it's 4 energy.
To play this, we'd redraw 1.
4 energy plus recycle.
I mean, we found the loop. All we have to do is get past,
when you have a million.
Get through our deck. Yeah, we are about. I think Sanan's about to win. Yes. I think if we can get through our deck, quick enough.
This is the next domino.
3 and 2.
That needs to hit.
Echo.
There's the other Echo.
Yeah, we get to tap and have 6.
Sacrifice.
Yeah. 6 and 1.
I feel like we're there on the number of cards in the deck, or at least will be.
I feel that the dominoes like are toppling over.
Counter the Ruination won the game 2. That is how Sanan won game 1, was off the back of Ruination.
Also ensures their opponent that they're not going to make the top cut. 2 wins is really tricky to still make it.
The difficulty with this is the one player involved in this board right now that is the one I'm just going to trust to go through is Sanan. Because knowing exactly the game state with this intricate loop is a little trickier than you might imagine. So actually just demonstrating a bunch of the cards that we're recycling here. And again, this is essentially the setup for the loop.
1, 2, 3, 4. Makes sense to me.
This 4.
Sounds great. 2 sacrifices 2 sacrifices Shadows Energy. Okay.
It is tricky because if you're not super familiar, you haven't seen the Renata Glask yet. In all of the like sabotages and stuff like that, you haven't seen the finishing blow.
Game 3 just double stack the battlefields and brush.
If you're familiar with the deck
points, got to 8.
It is there, but you
got to 8 a turn before you can find the loop.
The people still playing that are 8-on-1, 9-on-0, you can expect from them that they will not be
like I have a metal Lux, and so like there's like part of me that's like, dude, I'm so down to play this.
Going over the top once more, another progress day, and we're just digging for the pieces to be connected once more. Keep everything floating, find the next Echo, find the next sacrifice, do it all again.
We don't have an Echo.
Well, we have the energy still.
You have the metal mod as well, and I basically like have everything for the deck.
As far as I can tell.
Not that
I think the only thing I'm missing is the Ruinations.
But when you have so much energy still available to be drawing, but it goes to show that similarly to as when you're playing Aurora, if your deck is stacked in just the wrong order, it's not impossible to break.
Not impossible, but I think we're at that stage.
It's slim.
Yeah,
it's slim. I'll be very real, but we gotta introduce some sort of
not
stakes
sure your
into
friends
the
will like
game.
you, but hey, it's
I get it. I get it.
It's true.
As,
Ruination,
again,
Call
I
of a
mentioned
Week.
previously,
We
I'm
need
pretty
to
sure
play the Yordle,
TCG
I
players
think.
will know that when I
Yordle
refer to
draw.
LSV, did famously
3,
win without
2,
having the win condition. We've
2,
seen
3,
it
4.
in this, so I'm not worried that Sinan doesn't have the Renata, but it is valid for Penta to say,
I pulled a
hang on
single
a second.
urination.
I haven't seen it yet. Show me the win condition. Show me the win condition.
Penta Stack's playing to win.
I roll.
Yeah,
I pulled a
exactly.
single piss
Tournament
boy.
lifeline.
It's very funny.
And that includes your opponent
Sinan nods.
Going through till the very end.
Sinan's going to extend the hand. No
He
way.
doesn't have it.
Penta manages to actually make it. Deny the loop in overtime to go
Oh,
9-1.
what a cheesy bitch.
The loop
That's so
wasn't
funny.
right there.
The resolve of Pantastag to sit through all that calm and collected, unbothered by what was happening in front of him.
And I know, Riftbound community, you're going to say, why force the play out of the loop? Why do it? That's why. Because if you don't see the game-winning loop, you are not entitled to the win yet. And that means if your opponent does not find the loop, your opponent does not win.
We have repeated it multiple times throughout, but this is the embodiment of making them have it, and Sinan didn't.
1 million energy and 1 million power was not enough to make it through round 10 with the infinite loop Lux as Pentastag picks up a 9th
I
win.
will say, I mean,
Sinan, I had to play
it's
so
8
clean
and-
through
8
that.
and
Game
2
1
now?
was the ruination just at the right
Fucking
time, and it
great
looked,
record,
looked
man.
so good. I was like, okay, Sinan probably is making it through this. Now we get the Renata loop in. Game 2 was a lot quicker, and Pentastag just forced Sinan to have the loop, demonstrated. I even was saying, hey, we're done here. This is it. Probably we're going to get there, but no, not to be. Sinan could not make it as Penta picks up the win.
I have never seen a more devastating brick happen on stage in the feature match with a possible top cut probability still to fight for. Sinan had everything to lose here, and Pentastag makes him lose it all.
The consistency, even missing a 1-drop in some of these games on Pentastag's side.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. He just should have been playing the loop in the the
a
Renata
deck
loop
that is
in game
able
1.
to establish points, and when you're running
I
a
don't know
deck
why- I don't know why
that
he's
does
not,
not
truthfully.
score, the only ways to win in Riftbound, aside from a couple of Battlefield, like the Battlefield that'll do it by holding, the only way to win is just have that higher point score, whether it's getting to the winning point or end overtime with 2 greater points than your opponent.
So
That is
funny.
exactly what Pentastag did.
I have so many questions for Pentastag in the win interview.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure eventually we will. But considering how long that round was and how deep in the tank
Is he
we
still
had
lucid?
to go,
Is the-
I think it may take a second or two to get there. Wow, what a round 10. I mean, to be candid, obviously letting the players talk through some of the loops I think is important in that moment. You can see just the communication of like step by step, show me every single thing. And Sinan, that's one of the problems I think when you're playing this deck is you probably have to explain that loop a lot every single time you play, especially in these Swiss rounds where your opponents, you don't necessarily know the matchups particularly well. They want to see them demonstrate the loop. We're going to take a breather because Barrett is standing by with Pentastag after that marathon win.
Barrett,
Thank you
oh my
so much for
God.
that immaculate commentating and casting for an immaculate match, showcasing a deck that sure is the talk of the town, the talk of the regional qualifier. Like you said, for this past week, we have to talk about this Lux deck, but that's not what we're here to say. Congratulations to. It's Rift Labs Pentastag. Congratulations on your win with your Master Yi deck. And not only just that, moving on and still keeping your top 8 contention alive here with 3 more rounds to go. How does it feel taking down what I think, as we've said, a lot of people talking about this deck?
Hey,
a
I follow
Titan
that guy.
People are thinking about. How does it feel getting that win?
It's terrifying. When I sat down, I was doom and gloom, but it feels amazing, especially when you consider statistics. I usually lose more than I win against that Lux Infinite combo, and I don't have a lot of practice against it. I know the basics, and I know somewhat, but I don't even know how it actually goes infinite, which is why I had to pay close attention. So it feels amazing that I was able to adapt on the fly, and honestly, watching it happen was, I thought I would be a lot sadder losing, but 1 million energy, 1 million power, do what you want. Yeah,
do what you want.
No, it was so fun to watch, and I feel more educated as well. Like, just being more informed into what that deck does, but also figuring out the keys to unlock the win of it. And this even specific adaptation from Sinan, huge shout outs to him, because, I think the version that we've seen going into this tournament is not necessarily what he's playing in the main board, and then brings it out for these other games. And that just has to be even more difficult to you when you have to address how to get this win.
So one thing I paid close attention to game one was what cards were being iterated and what was happening, especially paying close attention to, are they playing Renata? Because you can win from, nothing. So I was kind of curious as to if that was happening, but then game two, luckily my Sabotage saw the Fiora and there would be no other reason to run it other than that. So I was prepared for Renata to happen. I had some very niche plays. I had some really, really niche lines going in my head that I was like, I hope I can pull that off and maybe that'll be good. But at the end of the day, I think
you could
I
just stack
play
Sprite
as
Call,
best as I
Runation,
can.
and play them
There
on
was a couple
repeat 5
misplays.
turns
For
is good
example, I
enough.
really
But
probably
may
shouldn't be
also
holding
have
to play around some contempt or some good map.
there's so many ways in one deck,
taking
it's just
wins,
it's
it
2
feels good.
cards to add to your
And
deck
you should
that just
feel good, because that,
let you win
I
in a
can't
singular
imagine
turn.
being even a pilot of that Lux deck, let alone playing against it, like you said, and having to understand what's going on, and having to assess what tools in my own deck or in your own deck that you can use to even try and slow it down. I can only imagine what your notebook has for notes now. We saw you grab it a ton during that match, but I don't want to hold you. That was a slobber knocker of a match. I want to give you a break, but we're going to go ahead and send it back because we've got another round of the regional qualifier in Utrecht coming soon.
Slobber knocker is the right word. Thank you, Barrett.
Slobber knocker is
was
the
right
right
If you
word.
stuck with us through all of that, good job. Thank you. You earned
good
a
job.
win
Hey, that's me.
in round
He's talking to
10
me,
as well.
Chad.
You can chalk that up on your board. So because, of course, that was quite a significant match, we will not be looking at feature match 2 from that round. We, of course, do not want to hold the tournament up, as we still have more rounds of Swiss to play. Believe it or not. How excited are you for 3 more rounds of Swiss?
Oh, it's going to be a thriller, because there are so many top 8 cut dreams that are going to be squashed in the next few rounds, and it's going to be heartbreaking for all of them.
Whoa, it's so bright
also some
outside.
players will have things to celebrate as well.
Chad, I'm tired.
Sure. We will step away for a few minutes as we take a look around the venue here in RQ Utrecht and get ready for round 11.
Alright then, Riftbound fans, I'm Shay Burton and we're here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. This venue is massive with a lot to look at, so why don't we have a look now? Starting off with the trophy, only one person will leave here.
I had no idea how they won. The guy was like, I have infinite energy, and I was like, okay, but you have 0 points. And then I got the 15-minute explanation of how to win.
As by watching the rest of this stream. But there's also some other things that people are playing for here. This is your last chance to get the best of Legends cards for Origins, and we can see them all here. A fantastic different way to play in the tournaments is to try and be the top legend for your chosen deck. Whew. Okay, so we finally made it to the prize wall. For the players who are in the side events, they actually get tickets which they can redeem for a multitude of different prizes. We have packs, we have sleeves, we have play mats, we have badges. So it's not all about the main event. And there's actually currently an event happening right now that players are competing for these points. And there's events happening right now. A team 2v2 event.
Those rotate out? They do. Yeah, I think
and quite honestly, the scale is
I don't know if
massive.
this is the last event to get Metal Origins.
All battling out.
Legend or the next US one?
At the event right now. And not only
I wonder
that,
if people will still pay set one,
for the rest
will
of the
play
venue
set one
to
Legends after
see.
that. I mean,
You have to have
that's
the best.
actually
Come
the
get
number
involved.
one question to ask, right?
Okay, here we go. So we have two people opening their packs right now. They even have a big red button if they pack something good. Here we go. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Oh, here we go. That's not bad. That's not bad. Hey, we get the big red button hit as well. Come on, that's what it's all about here. Okay, so I was just catching up with our person who just opened up the pack there, and turns out you actually really needed this card, right?
Yes, correct. I want to play Ivan tomorrow, and in the main event, and this is the Altart I'm missing, and I want to go to play this tomorrow.
Okay, well, see, it was written in the stars. Best of luck for you and your event. And of course, when you're at these events, there's always cosplayers. We see one there. Let's see if we can quickly chat to him. Excuse me. I must say, I love your cosplay. How long did it take you to make that?
Well, this is amalgamation of 3 years to 4 years of cosplaying, continuously upgrading, testing bids.
Irons a blast. Revy just opened the ultra,
Why did you choose to cosplay Echo?
yellow one.
Well, everybody tells that I look like him, so I might as well commit to the bid.
You definitely do. What is Echo?
Dude, having an Echo Legend would be so sick.
Echo is maybe one of my most respectable characters, mostly because we share a lot of ideas and opinions about a lot of things. Yeah, I can respect him a lot.
There you go, playing the character. We've got some fantastic advice there. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure. And here's something I love about the Riftbound event, the community aspect. And I think that's immortalized perfectly.
He's in set 5.
With the graffiti wall.
That's exciting.
You can come over here, write down anything and everything you like, and it will stay there for the whole event. And you can see card shout-outs there. You can see people saying that they was here. And quite honestly, it's a bit of me. I'm a big fan. Look how colorful it is as well. Who doesn't love colors? But of course, the main event, it has to be all about the stage with 2 feature tables, so we can feature 2 matches per round and the interview area as well, so we can hear from the winners. Now, at the end of this weekend, our finalist and champion will be crowned here. Who will it be? Who will be getting the last of best ofs from the Origins set? Only one way to find out, and that's by
Nice
getting back
looking
to
venue.
the street.
Hello, Riftbounders. Are you wondering how the game developed with Unleashed? Let me give you a little introduction.
That's okay.
The Calm domain has reinvented its
What? And then Spotify. Boop. Crazy to put signature spells in there, actually. Dude, it is. I need to make it at some point. Yeah, I wish that UVS would stop hosting them on the same day as freaking Universe events. Right, or closer to me. I mean, good point. Yeah, this is how silly I am. I don't even I haven't even been to like a skirmish night. Like, I just like want to play the game so bad. I'm trying to figure out if I skip locals to watch the rest of this event or not. Though I did find out about the one LA after the fact. Oh. The Riftbound or the Flesh and Blood Nationals hasn't, Nationals hasn't started yet, has it? Actually, I want to look up February spoilers Master Pet Warrior. I wanna do a thing. Oh, we're back.
Not sure how we can compete with 1,000,000 power and 1,000,000 energy, but we're going to try our best. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Leo. We're getting to the business end of the tournament now. What are you thinking?
You know, Shay, I don't think you actually need to have 1,000,000 power, 1,000,000 energy, and 1,000,000 tokens. I think you're going to be just fine without those. Sometimes, you know, about 20 is enough. But yes, we are nearing the end of the Swiss stage of the tournament. And this is where the top of the crops is sitting. We have some players still undefeated after 10 rounds of Swiss. And again, we have Squirtle on top on Azir.
Whoa,
Pedro is undefeated for 2 tournaments in a row so far.
No, he's doing a fantastic show there.
Azir, Diana,
winning it back with the same deck and doing fantastically well. Let's consult this. We do only have 2
Darius.
It looks like Alan.
There's no way we're not watching like the Darius Rek'Sai match, right?
Prismaticism as well, but this is a.
I don't remember seeing this guy on the stream last.
And look at that
yesterday.
Mice Diamond Head. Still in there with Darius. We still have the Rek'Sai, of course, as well, and Anzeq there on the 9, who lost to Squirtle in the last round. So I think we need to start broadening the GOAT debate in Riftbound, right? I know the game hasn't been around for too long, but people are still already starting to discuss, hey, is Prismaticism maybe the best player in the world? Maybe it is Anzeq. So far, nobody has been beating Squirtle.
Oh yeah, no one has been. But the thing is, when you only have 2 undefeated 10-0s, at some point, they're gonna have to match each other, and that's exactly what we are gonna be seeing here. Squirtle with that Azir versus Great Pona on the right.
I get to watch the Azir again.
It is Great Pona's first time at an RQ, and they are currently
recent achievements. First time participant.
You know what that means?
What does that mean?
Oh, I like first time participant. That's a good verbiage.
That's incredible. And they've
I had my scrimmage Friday playing a very aggressive Lily that got cooked up and only 2 goals shot. I've seen it.
Look at the matchup percentages there as well. But what achievement so far there, if you are a Diana player. At your first ever RQ and you just, you win 1, you win 2, you think, okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then somehow you're at a 10-0 record. But that's going to get tested now. Because you were mentioning, could Squirtle get starting to be in that GOAT debate, and he's playing that Azir deck, which he has won an RQ with before.
You got that double back of that card. Can get nasty versus Diana, but it doesn't have to. Sometimes Flash or Ride the Wind just save those units easy peasy. But here we are seeing a deck list that has 1 acceptable losses in the main deck. Of course, a good card versus the Azir strategy to get rid of those equipments. But acceptable losses, a bit less strong than compared to something like Turn to Dust, because you can't just choose ABF Sword. You really want to get rid of that. If you're getting rid of an Eye of the Herald, I don't know how impactful that is.
Yeah, it's interesting because, gear hate is rather high, mostly for that dazzling Aurora, but they only tend to have 1 Aurora in place. You can play something like an acceptable losses and it will get the thing you want. Azir will have a cornucopia of equipment and gear in play, so you won't be able to pick off the best one with such that gear hate.
There's also more interesting interaction in this matchup. You have Moonfall, the powerful signature spell of Diana that is against some decks used in the mid game to gain some advantages. Versus these token-heavy decks, I would think that it makes a lot of sense to wait with those until the end game to actually get to those big points.
I played it
trying to hold a little bit with some unit, maybe a Kha'Zix, maybe a Hui, maybe a Vex, and then wait for your opponent to push in multiple of those Sand Soldiers. On the other hand, I can see Azir player going to stack up multiple equipments on 1 unit and then starting to push
and it was
multiple after
it was
another to play around possible Moonfalls or just Slam Defy.
But here we go, our Swiss round 11 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier, the battle of our only undefeated players left is kicking us off. Great Pona has put down the Tie Turner and passed it over to Squirtle, who's going to put down the Dorian Sword, activate that legend ability, and the Sand Soldiers are coming down.
Got that Doran's Shield start, best 2-drop in the game. However, so far, things are going
I'm going to
decently
turn this down just a smidge.
He can take that Ravenbloom Conservator.
Okay, so we've got the Doran's Shield, we got the Diana coming out. Didn't move the Tide Turn to score early. And maybe like draw off of the Ravenbloom. That's okay.
It's not the best deck at handling a Hui on site.
Brutalizer Sprite Rush is fun. Are you playing the Heart of Ice? Because I think that one's crazy.
Except for like, you know, heavy combat. So I think having a Hui early on.
It's Brutalizer shaped without like constantly having to recycle.
Remember, those Sand Soldiers will have Weapon Master, so you can equip that if you like. Oh, we're going to see a double. I'm going to charge into the top.
I'm gonna. I would if I had him. Hey, fair point. I had one of my locals. They were $1 each, and so I picked up 3. And I was like, we're in. I run Honey Fruit to counter the cost, and it's working. Honey Fruit was one of the things that I put inside my Azir deck, and it felt very cool. I play the mask though. Yeah, I like the mask too. Those sprites getting very big is scary.
Huge for Squirtle, and I think when he sees all of those 6 Chaos Runes, is that 6 Chaos Runes or is the one on the right side maybe the Mind one? I mean, the colors are matching quite a bit.
Oh no, there is. You're right. There is one blue one there in the middle on the right hand side.
I had one get to like 16. Holy. Dude, Hui is such a beating.
Move into the Ravenbloom Conservatory. That is a great battlefield for the Diana players, of course. But as you say, that way will be the way for Great Pona to win this game. That wasn't the case for Sandra, didn't it? Has come down.
So quite curious to see how we're going to approach the point scoring game.
Hui is such a beating. I want to like play in other lists.
None of them have an item equipped themselves.
Uh-oh, there's the big one though, that BF sword.
Ooh, a boyfriend sword.
We have to expend a power to put that Sand Soldier into the Titan. A Stupefy is found. That's nice to have. No, it's not going to have the biggest effect right now. But who knows?
No, that's going to go for... I think it's not, you know, we're going to try and defend this Tide Turner, but you want to try and stack those resources, right? So having that Stupefy nice and early for Great Pona, I'm sure that is going to come back.
It's going to be impossible for him to make another Sand Soldier to open the situation. Ready that Azir and Robin Sands. Again, only one move up. Now it's on Great Pona to deny points that Squirtle can score right now. Quite chill actually, since he's at 3 uneven scores, so he's not threatening the right.
Okay.
There's still a little bit of time. 4 would be a little bit more urgent.
4 Sand Soldiers on turn 4 is pretty good.
We start using cards like Ride the Wind. Do we set up for bigger turns in the future? Or do we just go way into this, discard a unit, don't get the
The On Guard is going to be pretty important here, I think.
Squirtle does have quite some resources already built up. From the way he's playing, could be a Rise coming down quite soon. Already has 3.
I hope we get... I hope next set we get more abuse units with the Ivern tag. Because I think that's what he's... Ambush. That's what he's missing. Since the wolf got nerfed almost immediately because of the rules interactions. What's the interaction?
Defy where you rarely hit, or something like a Darius. But most of the other decks, especially those Calm Domain decks, they run Defy, On Guard, Discipline, all of that good stuff. We're going into the Hall of Legends now.
Just find a moon for.
He can't be ambushed if you're attacking with only one unit. Oh, interesting.
Oh, there we go. Gonna immediately come into play there. That signature spell.
Or defending. Oh, that's weird. It's weird because it's not how like Death Knell works, you know?
Really nice response. So the On Guard gets the full 2 might instead of just 1 when it has.
Okay. On Guard coming through. Making the top Sand Soldier very strong. But even if it's just like kill this other Sand Soldier, it's probably like, I wouldn't say it's worth this trade, but it probably feels good. Yeah, Ride the Wind moving Hui. Oh, I guess, man, I always think the Ride the Wind just like works with the ganking because of how like Vi Ride the Wind always worked.
Now I think we would have an even trade.
But that's just not the case. Does it not? Mm-mm. So it only, or I guess, hold on, does it work?
But you can't kill it.
No, you can Ride the Wind, the thing. It just can't move there. Once it's ready, it can't move. It can't move by itself. But you can move it, just like Charm moves it. It's got a push effect. Okay, very good turn for Diana.
I mean, there is one playing it.
Oh, there is one. So yeah,
Part Bargain is an insane card versus the RC strategy sometimes, but if you can basically guarantee that
I was gonna say my store is full of cheats. No, I was mistaken. Ride the Wind absolutely works that way because it just says move. It says move and ready, but then like if you want to move it afterwards, it can't gank across. It's got to move back to base. But Ride the Winning on Rival's turn is very good.
Yeah. Take into account that there could be a possible tie turner.
Yeah, tie turner. That's most likely what it's going to be, right?
Gonna still get a point then if you push a Sand Soldier in there with a BF sword, and then you can Arise later on. It's actually a very, very solid point. You're threatening a double kill.
Okay.
You can Arise later on.
We're floating one.
Hui has already gone over to the Diana there.
And then moving. You know what they should make? Oh. They should make. They should make a token like this that's gray that just represents one energy. So that whenever they should do that, and they should have one that is power. That is like a token that like, oh, I just have a bunch of extra power.
But as long as you are tapped out, that is still rather tough. And I think if you are predicting a Rise to come, you're definitely going to try to discard a unit. But we know if you have too many units, that might look like a target on the hand from Great Cornerer. So
it's interesting for this matchup with that Karzik, so we can fly in with that amber.
Also, wait. So we're going up to 11 might on the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, kill that Tide Turner.
Now, of course, the interesting thing about Weapon Master is that you can also steal from your other units.
Okay.
And then Hui gets to get a little extra.
And you use the Weapon Master ability.
Gets a little juice.
Doran's shield and one of the BF swords. So
And then from here,
8 might in total.
I mean, currently Azir's winning.
The other one, load one more energy. Equip Doran's and then Discipline to at least trade with
That would be cool. Could you do a double-sided one that has a 1 in the circle on one side? The reverse has the one of the power symbols on it. So I was thinking like a sideways card, actually. and on one side it have like an energy symbol, and on the other side it has the 6 colors to show you what power you're floating, and then show you what energy you're floating. So that it's like a one card token that you could use for everything. Because like having like the fake, like having it be double-sided, like what happens if I do both, right? Then you could just use die on it. That's a good idea. Yeah, and it's like very obvious what each die is representing.
Wow, okay. This is the strength he is that born in Sand Soldier. 13 to 11, and we know Great Pona is tapped out.
Both Sand Soldiers go, they have tanks.
Wow. Big turn there, Leo. Clearing off the battlefield.
Azir surviving there. Also, we have seen that the Way was discarded to grant 3 more might. So the chances of a follow-up Azir there, you know, we picked up on Wages of Pain. That could potentially be very, very relevant to Wages of Pain now and Stupefy.
So the XP tracker token. I mean, I think that they should include this on the token sheet.
Smoke screen and another Stupefy. I think we're good on Stupefies for the moment. Maybe not.
Smoke screens. Was it Starcross that was taken there?
Might have been the Starcross, might have been the Stupefy. I'm not too sure about that. Yeah, it was the Stupefy.
Oh, I think you're right.
Stupefy the Azir. Agreed if only we had an in with the company.
But then, yeah, he picked up
UVS Games don't fuck with your boy, so no shot it's me. Maybe if we go in some other dorks chat.
And a Vex already immediate arise tapped out. That is so big. Wow. Vex couldn't move to a battlefield.
Yeah, let's grab 4 Sand Soldiers. That's pretty good. And then these all are here. Vex is not at a battlefield yet, and so her ability does not exist.
You don't want to let that Vex Apathetic get onto the battlefield first. You can go up there with your Sand Soldier army that are all equipped with their gear, high might, and say, come on then, let's have a tussle, shall we? We're going to charge.
Is it no reason not to 6 conquer, 7 conquer? Okay. We got 2 battlefields that we got to deal with. Quite a few options over on Diana's side.
Back over to Great Pona though.
X is pushing. The thing is with the
Activate, find a spell, a pretty damn good one. Death Grip.
And it was the guards of the hidden.
That one is going to be stunned though, but Vex would just recall and not conquer here if you bring out the guards.
That Vex does so much for the cost. Dude, 4 no recycle is insane for that card.
That is something you could definitely hard bargain. There is no runes open anymore on the side of Squirtle, so hard bargain for full value there. Would help with the push because there's only 3 might hard bargain. Very easy solution to that. Uses the Diana as well. So takes the 4th.
Yeah.
Nice to have.
That card shuts my deck off. True.
Does not quite help.
Yeah, if you're not running like 3 Singularity and even like some number of the 5 drop, like shoot 1 thing for 5. I think it's not worth it in Lilia. I think you have to. Play the Fizz. G Fizz. Moonfall, moving this guy over.
And we get the conservatory trigger as well. Top play there from the Fizz. Static, don't mind it. Okay, great turn there from Great Pona. From the Squirtle's actually on 7 points, so he snuck his way up.
I'm a triple triple singularity guy in every blue deck I can play. I think that card is just too much value for like what it is. It's crazy. Oh, that one's too good. I have two singularity. They're both on the side. I have 2 of the rocket barrage inside for that and gear hate. Oh, I dig that. Rocket barrage is kind of dope.
That would be normally this is where you would see an Arise plus Azir combination just to.
Dude, I'm tired. I only own 2, so they're either side or in main. That's fair.
I don't mind it.
You can even consider playing the Vi in base. I don't know if that is what he's going to go for, but he is going to use that BF sword first, floats a rune here, and is now going to push into that Vex apathetic battlefield.
Okay, this one's pretty big. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 might to 4.
Where's the pain? That looks like it was on that side of the hand.
I think we haven't used it yet. Oh, that was the one from earlier.
Rocket barrage is underrated, I think. I loved it in my Kai'Sa decks. I think it's crazy in Kai'Sa. And we watched it to a great showcase in Jin yesterday. Oh. You said my Rumble deck when I started. Rumble's cool. I wish the company didn't hate Rumble. It is crazy that there were literally 0 mechs printed in the last set. Like, even in giving him like 1 more mech in both colors would have been cool. But like, that deck literally got nothing.
Losses usually so strong versus gear decks, but here it's gonna just be the Eye of the Herald that's gonna get sacrificed. Really needed a smoke screen or an eclipse just to keep that mechs around.
Played him with the gear that makes the mechs, and played it on blue Orin. Oh, that's pretty funny. Ride the wind. Let's move Vex over. Okay, I dig this. Attempt to score the point. And then... Oh, because you can accelerate the guy and then move him in. And then it beats the Vex. Alright, game 1. Kind of a beating. There was a lot of back and forth happening with that game. Yeah, basically all the matches have been pretty good today.
A lot earlier, I think, than what a lot of Azir players would prefer, but turned out to be the perfect way to clear that battlefield, and that is why 10 games, 0 losses.
I think the key to use your Social Champion with Azir versus Diana, or versus any Chaos deck basically, is use it when you really get the chance to do so, because otherwise, at some point when you're getting pushed out of the field, just going wide in base, if you're preparing for a big turn, your opponent conquers a battlefield and then slams a Vex down. Yeah, and then you cannot really go for your Azir Sovereign, at least not that easy. So if they can protect the Vex, you are lacking pushes. So you're making the most out of it as you can. There we can see the deck this again.
What do you think Great Prono can be?
Wish I had copies of that one. Need them for Ivern. Which card? I thought there were only 2 Moonfalls here and I was gonna freak out. Yeah, this is looking pretty standard. Salvage. Yeah, that one's very good. I think I only own 3.
and just has so I would leave that card in 100%. Can also use as a nice combo very early in the game. Yeah. However, Turn to Dust I think would be a great idea. No acceptable losses, a little bit better versus something like Aurora or Dex, sure. But I mean also not too much better versus Aurora, because if you're playing versus something like a Sivir is going to have X amount of gold tokens.
I have almost 0 origins because my area got the short straw. Oh, that sucks. I actually have no set 2 and only a little bit of set 3. Set 2 I just like got none of. But I got quite a bit of origins. I've got all the commons and uncommons for sure.
Game 2 battle for the Seat of Power. Targon's Peak. Targon's Peak is a very interesting one, letting you ready runes when you conquer it. And you're enemy. Yeah, you're essentially enemy when you conquer a Targon's Peak. Love that. And Seat of Power, a little bit of extra card draw as well. Can help out both players. But I think the Ravens with Reserve was probably more so, I'd say, better than Zana deck. We did see it obviously hit. I think both of these battlefields can be used by both players.
Ravenloom Conservatory hit quite a lot in that game.
Yeah.
Still, it wasn't.
Alright, game 2. Let's get it. I'm going to turn them back up a little bit.
Remarkable to see how he pilots the deck. Just the patience on those plays. Oh, wow. Is that a whiff? How he actually
I don't have any equipment in that hand, no? I see what...
is that a brutalizer?
I thought it was on guard ×2. On guard.
That is,
on
yeah.
guard,
There's another card.
5.
Or have we not mulliganed yet? Because then
No, he hasn't mulliganed yet.
I bought a set 3.
Okay.
But he bought set 3, but he bought me 2 boxes to get the signature Diana.
No, it is.
Traded it for 650 credit. And got 2 more boxes and some other stuff. Whoa. That's pretty dope.
Now contemplating what to mull. Keeping? I think that's a brutalizer.
Yes, sorry, that is a brutalizer.
And if you are going second, then
he's holding.
It's a 1-drop basically.
Okay. All right then, so here we go. Game 2, our Swiss round 11 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. Raven Blue student coming down, and it is back over to Squirtle. That Raven Blue student can get out of hand, by the way. But there is a brutalizer. Azir Legend will activate Sand Soldier.
Master.
Come in.
You gonna equip him?
Squirtle is on a.
He said, "Why not?"
24 game.
He said.
Win streak.
He said, "Nah."
No.
He said, "It's chill."
24-game win streak. That is
mad, isn't it?
That is mind-boggling. Is the phrase I'm going to use for that.
I would agree. I know that is a play that we have seen so many times from Diana. Just develop Diana, push a 2-drop into the Targon's Peak, and then sit there at the end of the turn with. You forgot your Targon's Peak there?
Yeah. I was about to say that should be anning it up here for lack of a better term, but okay. Is over to Squirtle now.
On stage, a lot of things can happen. The nerves up there, it's crucial. You know, so many players are watching. The mistakes can happen there.
Cameras, lights.
They're not. Yeah.
All adds up.
All right.
So
2 to 6 currently. Gonna go up to 3, down to 4.
We have another rune up. We have just used Diana. Another Stupefy, and that's gonna actually cut it. Was that just a bait? Did we just mind game Squirtle into thinking he's safe to attack? On guard.
Oh, but the on guard.
Yeah, that cuts it.
Wait, so were you suggesting he missed the Targon's Peak on purpose to bait the Sand Soldier in and into the double Stupefy?
Maybe.
That would be one play right there. But unfortunately, it did not work. Oh, and Azir's Sovereign has come down.
Yeah, and of course,
still no equipment. I mean, we're just walking around with a club.
Can just easily ready 2 runes with the on guard in hand. Usually, this deck is not known for being too interactive on the opposing turn. Of course, you have a few, but sometimes there are just these big gear-heavy hands that are much better in other battlefields there. But I mean, Squirtle, he's sitting on a Sand Soldier. 2 Stupefies are already out. You cannot.
I had that Azir in my Ivern deck. Yeah, it's pretty good in Ivern because like you make a bunch of birds, right?
So I think that
and you can move the flock.
Cut it. A hole that early for Squirtle is huge when it comes to the points in the end game. Already has the Azir Sovereign developed as well.
Still no equipment.
Is he just gonna push it into the seat of power to draw an extra card?
Drawing cards is good. I don't think there's any way for him to try and remove this way though, right? There's no way to force it around. I think looking at this list, no, I don't think so. So the way I imagine will be staying, but yeah, do you just start trying to hold at this point? Start trying to make your opponent ask questions. Is there? I haven't seen much equipment.
Does he have something like a BF sword? Another brutalizer that can just make another token. Pushing that Azir into the seat of power would mean that you're gonna lose it next turn for sure. It's gonna be one draw, and you really want that draw, but sometimes the
guards. Here we go, right on cue. The guards.
Well, it has an exclamation mark.
Okay, I have to give it a bit of gump. I'll try that again. Guards. Is that better?
That's it.
There we go.
I don't like the name of the card guards. It only makes one guy.
Myself and Bob. All right.
Why does it only make one guy?
The way is
it should make
out.
2 guys.
So is it Diana. It's going to be a big turn here.
The deadliest triangle formation of the Sand Soldiers, just chilling in base, and that is one of these decks that can handle Vex.
It should have had repeat, dude. I agree.
You don't ambush a lot of stuff. Yes, you have Vi, but that's completely optional. You have big units in base
gets rid of
already.
the Ravenbloom. I think that's crazy. Ravenbloom's the best pound for pound unit in this deck.
Yeah.
Some people think it's Vi. It's Ravenbloom.
Yes.
It's Ravenbloom for sure.
Gust.
And they conquer the second
remarkably strong spell versus the Azir strategy. Sometimes.
And then you'd have 2 that repeats. What's
Yeah,
the other one?
I mean, most of these units just go.
Oh, he
to
does have the other one. I just wish the names were swapped.
Or Eye of the
Truthfully.
Herald, or the Doran Shield. However, if there is
on
a
the
discipline or
cards.
guard, Gust is really not the greatest card. It can be countered so incredibly easily. The Vex is again developed.
Vex
in
coming
base.
down
Story we have
here.
seen over the entire weekend. Very rarely people play Vex.
Hiding a card.
High turner, we imagine.
Oh, I think if
hiding
you're
a second
in the
card.
Raven
Holy.
field, that might be Wages of Pain.
Okay, yeah, no, you are correct. I think we did get the Targon's Peak activation there as well, I believe. Looks like it. Okay, big turn here for Squirtle. Here we go.
We drew a sword, which is pretty dope. We've got the Vi to get rid of the Hui.
Tension is rising.
A lot of decisions we made in that hand. I think I saw on a rise.
Four.
What you said, guards?
Just yelling guards.
There's an exclamation mark. Here we go.
By Peacekeeper highlighted. I really do like that because the Vex is still in base. That might be a huge play for this turn. Might be a huge surprise. This is a big Sand Soldier boosted by Brutalizer effect.
Oh yeah, if it's attached on the same turn, it gives an extra one.
Wages of Pain would do nothing here. Wait, we're at 6, no? That is crazy. If we tie turner over and we Wages of Pain, then we still don't kill the Sand Soldier. 6 might be the magic number here.
Well, no, you tide Turner and discard this way to give it +3, and then you tide Turner again.
Yo!
Yeah.
Wow! What a turn, the double move on the Hue, the double tide turner.
And then it draws, and then you discard one more time, and you give it another +3. And now it's an 11 might.
For
the
opponent turn, yeah. Playing musical chairs, as it were, with that Hue. So, oh, I'm over there, now come back.
And now contemplating whether or not Great Pawner wants to discard a unit or a spell.
For 1.
Oh, we have discarded the Gust.
I'll play Engard.
For 10 might.
On guard.
That would be enough to take out the Hue.
Right now it's 6, so it will be an 8.
It's okay.
Results?
Okay.
Really wants to get rid of that Hue.
I dig the smoke screen play here.
Diana's queen, basically, you know, in Irelia. That's a different unit.
Yeah, there's very much similar playstyle.
But there is a Vi that's allowed to come in and stun this way.
Discarding stuff. Smoke screen.
I think from here we Vi for sure. I mean, all the tricks are on the table.
Smoke screen from
and
Origins.
it can no longer be bounced.
Spirit Forge format, but one of the most impactful combat tricks in single combat in Riftbound.
That's a -4. Looks like that has gone through. Any other tips and tricks? Vi is in the hand, remember, but that would exhaust pretty much all your runes.
Jump scare.
Leaving you with 2, I think I'd make that. But sometimes if needs
I think winning this combat's really important. It gets the way off the board, and we've seen
really hard, I think.
We've seen him
when you've invested
discard
so much
a second
you can't
one.
Just let your opponent win like that. Okay.
I mean, there's still 3 runes open for Gabe Conra. Who knows what he has in hand? If you commit a buy here and you're not 100% sure that you're going to win that combat, you're opening yourself up to it.
Three's. If it was 2, I'd have gone for it, but 3's too much.
Brutalizer though on the next Sam Soldier. Here goes Timmy getting ready, and here we go again.
You said 8, please. Yeah, 3 is enough for a star-crossed.
That's currently a trade at this moment in time.
Because Cardwell, he does not care if he wins this combat, he just wants it to happen. He wants to get rid of the way, doesn't necessarily need the conquer, because you can always take that with the other
I think there's a world where you gust here as the Diana.
Sovereign there just forces Great Ponra to react to this. Is there even anything he can do?
I'm not sure.
3.
Oh, Gust is only on 3 power.
It does look like
He doesn't have 3 power at all. My brain said it was 3 cost, not 3 power.
Good
morning, Goose.
Great Ponra has to take that into consideration that this cannot be the fight right now. One of the biggest risks of playing.
Oh, actually, he's just going to go through.
Whoa, that trade's crazy, actually.
Timmy's gone and done it. Huey has been sent to the trash.
Gone away.
Yeah, we've seen 2 ways hit the trash. Only 4 cards left in Diana's hand. There is the Diana on board
that way
for a little bit of extra juice, potentially.
That the moment for...
But
are you thinking of Rise?
No. I think if you arise here and you get hard bargained, you lose the game.
True. Yes, there is still enough runes open for that. You are correct.
I think just pushing the Sand Soldier into the Targon's Peak and then going into the Seat of Power with maybe...
4.
Hey, does he have a BF sword?
There is a BF sword in hand.
He does have a BF sword.
I did see that before.
That would be really nice because you do have...
There it is.
Yeah.
1, 2, and the 2 we had floating.
That BF sword, honestly,
I think that we
give a Sand Soldier
tap,
sword, it becomes
make the Sand Soldier, have the Sand Soldier get equipped with a Brutalizer, equip the other Sand Soldier with a different Brutalizer.
Even give it to your Sovereign.
Sorry, with the BF sword, move the Azir and move it all in.
Attached to the Sand Soldier, currently a 5 might unit. Of course, we have paid in equipment, so we can get another Sand Soldier down.
Yeah, this makes sense. So move the Sand Soldier up to Targon's Peak, score our point to 3.
To the Targon's Peak. Oh, I like that. I think he's trying to go for the draw on the Seat of Power, pushing Azir's Sovereign, and then perhaps
you move it in, you move probably both units over, question mark.
To be able to get a draw? Or are we just
4, 5, 6 here?
The Sovereign will grab the other Sand
I mean, I'm down. We move the guy with the Brutalizer in.
Power as well.
We have seen Smokescreen. I think we have seen an Eclipse as well already. And usually Diana does not run so many different kinds of those.
We know Moonfall did get taken though.
A Starcross could be.
Oh, it's going to move over the other BF
Move everything. I love this
as well.
Oh. Look at the Moonfall in hand. Let's do the math together. Please help me. Oh, that would be 2, 3, 5.
Yeah, that's very good.
Still,
choose a battlefield where you have a unit. You may move one enemy unit to that battlefield.
Yeah, 8. Does still lose the combat, but takes out the Azir and the Sand Soldier.
Okay, I mean, that's pretty good.
Sword equipped to it.
Equip this here.
Wow, okay.
We're trying to hold.
Down
when
to
you've got Vex apathetic knocking on the
3.
door now, you have to try and, you know, present some kind of offensive threat. Because what you can't have Vex apathetic do is catch you lacking, for lack of a better term. Especially if you haven't got units in your base. You have to present some sort of a threat to deal with it. Here is a stacked deck, though. Great.
I love hitting my Poros with Gust.
Great
Or with this one kind of Gust, yeah.
Resources been used now.
Good trade all considered since he saw.
I think that was
We saw he has the Arise. Yeah, it's not bad. It sucks that we've lost the Azir because that's normally how we like pretty quickly like double capture things. But this this Vex is going to be
I imagine us
tough.
targeting the BF sword. Yep.
Yeah.
We already put it to trash. It's not gonna do anything, anyways. And now we're passing.
One,
on
two,
that turn. I think that Great Pawn is in a
redraw.
phenomenal position right now to win this game.
I think so.
It's just slightly behind in
Another equipment.
Did not use a gust on that.
It's really
Soldier.
important.
Well, he couldn't because it was when the temporary trigger happened still at 5 might or more.
Ooh, the Vex though.
And passing just developing here. So far ahead in runes, and keep in mind, Great Pawnerer does have hard bargain in hand. So next turn when Squirtle is at 6 and wants to go for this big Arise turn, that is the freest hard bargain that you can ever imagine.
Hard bargain increasing the cost.
Yeah, I just don't imagine the Arise is happening with only 2
So the tools
equipment.
for Squirtle in this game are limited.
Ooh.
Fizz is huge.
What is Fizz gonna take, I should say?
Do we have something like a right one? Oh, a Moonfall.
Moonfall. So is that
Yeah,
gonna
let's
bring in, that's
move
gonna
that
bring in the
Vi
Vi.
up. It's attacking, will stun one,
And yeah.
and then it will
And that gets
perish.
immediately sent to the trash.
Oof.
That Moonfall. is just
Doesn't
so
it kill the
deadly, isn't it?
Fizz? Am I crazy?
Might going down to 3 might.
Wouldn't that have taken the Fizz then if it was down to 3?
I'm also quite curious.
I think it's supposed to kill the Fizz.
Any sort of buff? Was it stunned? It wasn't stunned.
Maybe
It was
because of
not
the Vex
stunned.
effect? Does it not do any combat damage?
No.
Well,
just stunned the turn it was played
Unless he
out.
buffed the Fizz.
Well-
He didn't. He didn't have a way to buff it.
either way, it's been sent to the trash now. And looking at that hand,
Either way, I mean, it's player's responsibility.
The Arise. We can use our Azir Legend here.
Doesn't
to, like,
moonwalk.
protect that equipment.
Moonfall. Plus
Okay,
2,
we're gonna
minus
move
2. It
over.
does not. It moves at the minus 2 to
Power
everybody.
Conquer there going up to 6. Relatively
For all
close
enemy
game,
units,
all
at
things
least.
considered.
And Squirtle can smell that hard bargain. He has played this matchup so many
Yeah.
times before. He knows if I slam this without enough runes, I'm going to lose this game. But also, next turn does look quite dangerous. Is only at 5 runes, so it's going to be 7. That does not play around hard bargain even a little bit. Great Corner, I think, equals up to 6.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Does have another Fizz in hand. That's what Squirtle was checking for. What could any potential Fizz be taking? Here comes that Fizz. What are the options?
I don't think we have seen a Starcross.
No. I don't think there's another move.
Yeah.
It's going to be a
Stupefy is
Yeah,
fine.
one at the very least.
Diana held to 6 at the beginning of this turn. Is that setting up a Ride the Wind
I
turn?
was about to say, do we have a way of sliding a unit over there? Ryder would obviously do that.
Yeah. Because Seat of Power, the Sand Soldier there now is only at 3. I think that's double Doran's Shield attached to it, or with 1 Doran's Shield, 1. Yeah, and we gusted. Don't even need to Ride the Wind necessarily. Something we could do on the opposing turn. I think at this point, when you are at 6, you just want all the flexibility. I don't think it's the moment for offensive.
Oh, sorry.
You can only go up
Yeah,
to 7 at max. You want to stay at that 6 and have offensive / defensive capabilities now. The big question I'm asking myself is, how is Squirtle going to handle this? Because the Arise in his hand is also absolutely useless as long as that Vex is on the battlefield. That alone the hard bargain in hand. So you would think that the way to play this is to buff up the Sand Soldier with as many equipment that you can have and then just run into that Targon's Peak, right? But when that happens, a Ride the Wind into the Seat of Power would immediately threaten game for the Great Pawnra, because you get that conquer point on the Seat of Power, and then you're holding there as well. And Arise is still shut off. So it's a 3-card hand, and you need to play basically around 2 of those cards. Arise just plays into all of them.
Yeah, this is looking like a dire situation, but I think here we go. Double was that a double domain shield? Was that a brute?
Oh, is that 3 up? I think he found a Defy. That is a massive rip off the top.
Yeah,
that is huge.
I mean, he does.
Being able to stop that Ride the Wind is so much stronger in this scenario, so much more valuable. Question is, how many runes does Great Pawnra have open? I think it's 4. Maybe 3.
Alright, 8 to 4. 1, 2.
We have 2 left after this. So we can cast 1 hard bargain if this is defied.
That would be an amazing turn of events.
I'll try to play Defy.
There's a Defy. Does he see it?
If we hard bargain this, we let it go through, and then we can Arise.
The hard bargain to possibly take away some of the runes that Squirtle has to his name right now, but I think keeping it to bait your opponent into using the Arise and then hard bargaining, that is the much better play here. Take out the hard bargain, you out-tap them for the next turn, and then you can possibly try to win the game off of that Fizz.
Okay. Such an interesting turn of events here.
Does Squirtle play Arise? 2 runes still left open. Hard bargain casted immediately.
Wow.
Whoa.
What a
the
play.
scream.
The hard bargain coming in at the correct time. He was holding it for the longest of time, Great Pawnra, but really stung it right when he needed to.
We're just trying to hold this one battlefield.
No runes almost anymore on the side of Squirtle. Squirtle can trade this off with
hard bargain,
both of these
pretty
Fizz
good
and
card.
then threaten a hold. So now goes into the Seat of Power. What else do we
Score
have?
7.
Do we have something like Starcross bounces Descent Soldier? Token Great Pawnra takes this game, beats Squirtle. The first one in 24 games.
Wow. That's not bad for your first ever RQ, right?
Well, that wasn't the match, was it? Am I crazy?
To a game 3. Remember, both of these players are currently 10-0. The winner of this will advance to 11-0 record. Great Pawnra putting on a masterclass. Played that so patiently, Leo. Held those cards and used them on not only at a good time, didn't use them at a great time, used them at a perfect time.
Exactly, waiting for that hard bargain, knowing, hey, if I just hard bargain this Defy, I take 2 runes off of him, and then he maybe switches to another play, because he had the option to still develop in the base then. But this hard bargain was so incredibly important. Even though I do think the hard bargain would have also won the game on the Defy, could have just played the gear from hand and then developed a soldier and bait. That would have not changed the way how the Fizz plus Starcross still conquer both battlefields. So I think just the existence of that hard bargain won him the game. It was cooler on the Arise though.
It was, and it's just sort of that sort of min-maxing, isn't it? Turning good plays into great plays and great plays into perfect plays. Just really, you know, as you say, if you was to Defy earlier, you would maybe be able to change strategy, but on that Arise, just immediately shut things down.
No, it was. I think it was important, because otherwise you just play that Sand Soldier token into the battlefield, trying to hold there. If you have the gear, then you can also. Like,
what's funny is we. I mean, the game isn't over if the Vi kills the.
It was turned to dusted. You are correct.
Yeah,
looking back. Here we go. Win prediction based on legend matchup performance and recent form does favour Squirtle, but you know what? When it comes to game 3s, I don't think favours and all that matters. It's just going to be who will win.
If the Vi just killed the
RQ champion Squirtle or Great Pawnra, even though it is their first time at an RQ,
Fizz,
putting on a master
we don't score our last point there.
And taken 1 game off Squirtle, so it's all going to a game.
I don't know how the Fizz lived either.
Actually,
I do know. And it's like the easiest way the Fizz lived of all time.
Last RQ, and
he misplayed.
Time participant.
He misplayed because this is round 11 of a tournament where It's very possible this guy's not
Hall.
European.
We are going to see
so he's
some
got,
mighty,
he's just
mighty
probably tired.
units.
Abandoned Hall in a game 3 could get a bit silly, but here we go. Game 3 getting started. Soul Sword coming down. Sand Soldier is over to Great Ponera.
That is very, very interesting because now you can see the Diana, but we have acceptable losses. Acceptable losses is an action.
Oh.
So once Squirtle pushes in the Sand Soldier into the Trifarian War Camp, Great Ponera can use the acceptable losses to get rid of the sword, and then next turn win a combat with the Diana versus the Sand Soldier without having to use any sort of combat tricks. Those small little moments in those games, they can really help.
I love this.
Exactly that. Sensible losses come in. That is going to remove that Soul Sword immediately. As you do say, that Diana prevents much more of an offensive threat now.
Value-wise, acceptable losses is a 1-for-1 if you're not playing any items yourself.
Yep.
This time around with those Sand Soldiers spawning, it does really feel like a neg 1. Because the unit is still there, you're just gonna perhaps get a favorable trade, but be aware there might be something to stop you. Like an on guard, only one rune left. Squirtle actually using the Diana ability, finding a Star-Crossed. Always nice
On
to
guard
have.
would be pretty good.
Great Ponera here with the extra cards. No Hue yet in hand in game 1 and game 2. We have seen a second or third turn develop of Hue.
Try to play on guard.
Oh, and there you do say the on guard has come up immediately.
Hey, dude, flashback.
So now we're actually...
Wait.
We're leapfrogging now. Trifarian War Campers, I'll keep that into account.
But he doesn't have a good answer for this.
Who, Great Ponera?
Yeah, he just has to search something with the stack
I
deck.
was going to say, I think he reached over the top now.
And there he found it. But that is quite costly, actually. In those early games, using stack decks and stupefies, that does hurt a little bit, because what are you going to build up after this? You don't have the Targon's Peak to generate runes for you, so you're going to be defenseless afterwards on this Diana. Stupefy first puts it to an even 3 might, 4 might, Trifarian War Camp.
Yep, Trifarian War Camp.
And then the next...
Yeah, using 3 cards here to deal with this is like pretty tough.
Stupefy just to get around a Sand Soldier with no equipment, as you do say.
Good. I'm thinking about next. So I conquer.
And now, you know, I confused
Well, the back off of one run up and Ivern is crazy. No one remembers friendship is a thing. I now get to read the card friendship.
Just have 3 might, but in the Trifarian War Camp they are on 4 might.
Because, homie, I don't know it either.
That he could go for an easy double kill without getting gusted.
Yep, you are immune to the Gust with the Trifarian War Camp. We're going to see the Raven Bloom student coming down. Is over to Squirtle now.
Friendship. Choose a unit, give it 1 for each of the following tags among your units: birds, cats, dogs, or up. That's pretty neat.
Right now is the Gust, and that is.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever read this card.
Relevant, so I'm just going to play that Raven Bloom, even though that does mean that Squirtle doesn't have to play around anything. He just plays a Soul Sword now and pushes it onto the Sand Soldier, loses 1 rune in that process. However, Great Ponera loses the Diana. We're going to be able to make a Sand Soldier token.
Squirtle immediately applying the pressure here.
I was going to laugh if I had it here.
Ooh. Going to be the Azir Sovereign coming down. I like this. Apply that pressure in a game 3. Force your opponent to answer every single question. Great Ponera now only has that Raven Bloom student developed. We do have Abandoned Hall up, so we know things can get out of hand and get ridiculous with the Raven Bloom student there.
Squirtle is already up in points, and he is dictating where this game is happening. He wants it to be in the Trifarian War Camp, immune to gusts most of the time, and of course Abandoned Hall is a nightmare to play against. Now Great Ponera takes the easy point in the Abandoned Hall.
It was Shortburn or something.
I want to play in the Abandoned
Out
Hall
of the
too.
4
I want
boxes,
to
I
make
think I pulled
most
2.
use of all of these spells that I have, and stack deck as a combat trick, for example.
Yep.
It's crazy.
That is going to give Squirtle a hold before he goes for the next pushes.
Find a Vex. Yeah, Vex is pretty big.
Vex Apathetic coming down. That is scary. That means units that come into play will not be able to move from the base. They will lose any accelerator or anything like this. That is a big card to find there.
How risky is playing Vex Apathetic into this battlefield? There is a Sand Soldier token, alive and kicking. There is the Azir Sovereign and a huge token on the Trifarian War Camp that can be pulled in. There is multiple answers on the hand of Squirtle. He does have 2 defies. That could be absolutely crucial. Pushing in to the Abandoned Hall with everything, wants to take out the entire board state of Great Ponra, wants to get the early head start
push
here.
with everything.
This is 8-6 might. Great Ponra now might be able to respond with spells to push the Raven Bloom.
Guess we choose not to.
However,
Student plus Abandoned Hall is like,
if you have Defies in hand,
is going to get to 8 for sure. So I think having the +2 to guarantee we clear the board is like very good.
Why students do this.
But maybe
first.
the idea
that
we need to keep our Sand Soldiers alive is correct.
That is not the card that you necessarily want to defy, because it is not a real combat trick. If your opponent has something like a Moonfall in hand, that is something you really need to stop. Or a Stupefy, because it also really hurts you. A Stupefy would tip things to 8-7.
We did see 2 Stupefies get used already, though.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe it was. Oh yeah, it was.
Ooh, it was also a buy.
In that hand as well.
Oh, but also Squirtle has a lot of cards in hand. One of those is Vi Peacekeeper. It would get stunned from the Vex. However, he finds a Moonfall, actually resolves the stack deck. Now we're at 8-8.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Priority might go back to Squirtle, and then it's onto him to decide. Do I want to offer an even trade? Which I think he could be fine with. He has almost infinite value with those Sand Soldiers.
I think an even trade I'd be happy with. Or do you just pass priority back? Great Prono could then opt to use the Moonfall that he found, but you could defy that.
Yeah.
And that would be an interesting turn of events. The Great Prono was also eyeing up the Flash in his hand there, so could be used opting to go for that as well. If it all, that's like your big emergency, big red button, isn't it? That Flash.
You can only use one of those. Flash will be defied. Squirtle is going in, and now he has used the defy. He can use the Abandoned Hall that is going to tip his might over the edge. Great Ponra should have taken that trade, perhaps. It's going to gust his own Raven Bloom student. Would still mean that he loses the Vex. If you defy this, your opponent is fully tapped out now. He is at your mercy, Squirtle. Do you want to defy this, or do you want to keep defy for the late game? Or is this the late game already?
I think this is the late game. We are going to see the double defy. This Abandoned Hall showdown has gone exactly how Squirtle wanted it to go. And I think you're so correct. Don't save him for the late game. This is the late game. This is a game 3 with only 6 minutes on the clock. Squirtle applying that pressure.
And look at his runes. He is sitting there with so much might. Is going to take out Vex and the Ravenbloom student at the cost of merely probably just Azir, the Sovereign. And then he can still develop perhaps a Vi in base. Even though I don't even know if you necessarily want to do that. Oh, we do want to save the Sand Soldier or the Azir. So we're going to bring in that Vi. Vi is going to get stunned. Not helping with the combat, but is denying the damage from Vex. Everything survives. That is absolutely massive.
Huge. Leo, talk about a tempo turn in a game 3 situation.
That was amazing.
Squirtle clearing the board.
He's probably going to win this.
Units
win this game.
Even preserve the Sand Soldier. There's a lot of might on board, Leo. Great Ponra is out of a lot.
Yeah, I think that was just like I don't know what Diana does to like make this comeback with the amount of cards in hand.
Might be guards. That might be
Hidden Blade was in hand.
Hidden Blade. I don't think you want to Hidden Blade your own units there. To be honest, I don't think you want to Hidden Blade Azir or by this.
That's it. If you're going to start trying to get tricky with me, Hidden Blade, have some of that.
Is at 4 points. That is going to give him 6 points next turn with a hold. Then you can push into the Trifarian Warcamp one of the Sun Soldiers, retreat the Azir, take back the Sand Soldier, open both battlefields and say, hey, you know what? I give you no unit to trade away for.
Viz coming down. It's going to be stack deck?
Stack deck.
Oh. That is... Look at the light smile on Squirtle's face in this situation saying, hey, you spent 3 energy just to resolve a stack deck.
Carry on. Keep doing that, my son. Keep carrying on doing that. Forcing the Fizz down as well. And the Traveling Merchant, not the most explosive turn there, Leo. Let's be honest. Squirtle going up to 5. He can easily get to 6 as well.
Now the Hidden Blade hidden at the Abandoned Hall is still one of the reasons why I'm quite curious to see how this turn is going to go. Maybe we're pushing that Sand Soldier up into that Abandoned Hall and then kill it with our own Hidden Blade.
Yeah.
That Vi is such a good card. I mean, yeah, it's an offensive stun trick.
Yeah, contemplating here too. Squirtle not too sure about this. The Hidden Blade in a little bit of a pickle. Pushes up Sand Soldier.
Maybe you can just leave it there then.
Azir.
Threaten a double hold perhaps.
Azir goes back. Does Azir only pull units to battlefields? When I attack, yeah, okay, so it doesn't pull back the Sand Soldier.
I think this is going to be my last
So
game,
threatening a
and
double
then I'm going
hold
to take a
here
nap,
with
and I'll be back
you know,
for
the
top cuts.
Hidden Blade as well, and that Sand Soldier there who's currently what, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Threatening game. If Great Pona can't answer these questions, now it shouldn't be too hard to push one of these off, but does have to do it. Here we go. Fizz being eyed up here. What have we got? Star-Crossed in hand, a Moonfall. Important turn.
One of the things that Great Ponera has going for him is that 2 defies have been used. You are
good point.
in such a good state when it comes to runes. Your turns are
Here we go, Leo.
stronger.
Showdown up there at the top. Trifarian Walkout, Moonfall.
And do you bring in that Vi or that Azir?
Sand Soldier
brings in the Sand Soldier.
Hidden Blade.
I got an hour left to work.
At the very least.
Ugh. I feel that. I just don't want to accidentally fall asleep, and I feel my eyes getting really heavy.
Might be a Star-Crossed as a response, but what kind of Star-Crossed would that
I
be?
haven't been up since 3, and I did not sleep.
Picks up 2
sorry, I've been up
Good
since
pick up discipline.
close to like 1:30.
Talk about a time to have it, right?
This is 3 to 4.
Yes, wait. Move for results.
Is indeed treat 4.
Hi.
And the
There's the discipline found off the Hidden Blade, Leo.
Says okay, so we're gonna draw another
Good.
card. More resources. A mask for Squirtle to win the game next turn, while Great Ponera will have to use more cards to even stay in this game. Does he have a combat trick? Does he have anything to fight back in this? The Hui in hand is way too late.
No.
Star-Cross onto a Fizz, usually a powerful play, but
not in this scenario though.
There's a good option that you kind of have to do that unless you have another Stupefy. No,
Star-Crossed.
That is.
I mean, you target the Fizz for sure, so you can double Star-Crossed if necessary. You just move in with the trader.
Decisions.
Short freeze.
Because you're losing the combat.
Does Great Ponera find himself in a position?
Picking the Vi is interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised. This is looking like dire straits here. The Sand Soldier does survive at Trifarian War Camp. Traveling Merchant.
If that Sand Soldier survives, the Azir Sovereign attacks next turn with the support of a Vi, with the support of the Sand Soldier that is threatening the holding 7 point on that Trifarian War Camp.
Yeah, this feels like game.
Is discarded, tries to find another card that can help you holding. Ravenbloom Student plus a Stupefy in hand could
He's
cut
holding
it.
his hand like he's going to put him on the table.
But that is the last Stupefy.
Dangerous cards in the Abandoned Hall. But are they enough?
Are they enough? The Ravenbloom Student against the Azir Sovereign plus a Vi plus Sand Soldiers. Looks like that is going to go through, Leo. Is coming back down.
I think you got to get rid of the...
Moonfall.
Moonfall.
I dig it. Taking out that Sand Soldier. And Abandoned Hall is going to make the Traveling Merchant stronger.
Okay.
What does Squirtle have as an answer?
I'll try to play.
A Hidden Blade on
Hidden Blade's massive. Hidden Blade's crazy. Wow. Yeah, dude, draw some cards.
Turn there, just closing the door for Great
You said, yeah, dog. Draw it up.
Anyway, he's got to get back into this game. Squirtle has denied, and Squirtle takes game 3, advancing to that perfect record and extending that perfect winning streak as well.
Yeah. Ooh, stare down the camera.
Absolutely insane. On a roll, so many wins in a row. Undefeated in this tournament. Again, he's already a champion. He's aiming towards another champion spot.
Wow. Honestly, the Azir masterclass there.
Yeah, I do think I am gonna take a small break. I'm sitting here Omega fading. I think I might not watch the last 2 rounds and just come back in for top cuts. So I'll be back at like 7. I'm sorry, at like 9. This was the end of round 11. We've got 2 more, 12 and 13. What are you watching this on? This is on YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube. But yeah, I'll be back. Easy peasy. Thank you all for hanging out in this early morning. I do appreciate it. I'm just sitting here falling asleep. All right.